Good evening. I'd like to call to order the September 26th meeting of the City Council of the City of New Braunfels, Texas at 6:02 p.m. Ms. Wilkinson, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Here.
Councilmember Spradley.
Here.
Councilmember Herda.
Here.
Councilmember Blakey.
Here.
And Mayor Brockman is not present.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilmember Blakey, would you be kind enough to lead us in invocation, sir?
If you'd like to stand and bow your heads if you choose to. Heavenly Father, we come humbly before you tonight as citizens and leaders and future leaders, that are here present and those that are watching. We pray, Father, that you protect our first responders as always, our police, our fire, EMS, and be with our soldiers here in the United States and throughout the world. Dear Heavenly Father, we pray that you be with our children here locally, worldwide, and be with the teachers as well. To dealing with the stress of guns and the fear of going to school, we pray, Father, that you protect those children, please. Tonight, Father, we pray that you help us speak as neighbors and as good citizens and in good discourse to talk about things that are important to us. Thank you again for the greatest nation in the world. For it's in Heavenly Father's name we pray.
Welcome this evening. Whether you're joining us remotely or in person, just a friendly request for those in person to please turn off all cell phones or at least put them in an unaudible setting, please, for the decorum of a council meeting. Thank you. Now we're going to present some proclamations today. First proclamation up, World Habitat Day. I believe Matt Ekman and Crystal Moore may be in the audience if you are, or anybody who's here for that item, if you'd please come up. We want to make sure to recognize everybody. A lot of familiar faces. A proclamation, the state of Texas, county of Comal, city of New Braunfels. Whereas more than 1.5 billion people in the world lack a simple, decent place to live, and whereas 3 billion people will be added to the world's urban population between 2010 and 2050, making the need for smart and conscientious planning of urban space more important now more than ever. And whereas the United Nations designated the first Monday of October of every year as World Habitat Day, a time to unite in a worldwide effort to improve housing conditions and remember our neighbors that do not have adequate shelter. And whereas World Habitat Day is recognized in many countries around the world to observe the troubles of the homelessness and the issues of fast urbanization and its impact on human poverty. And whereas World Habitat Day reminds us that we all have the capacity to shape the future of our cities and towns, the responsibilities to advocate for decent housing, and the power to make affordable housing a reality for all. Now, therefore, I, Harry Bowers, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of New Braunfels, do hereby proclaim the third day of October 2022 to be World Habitat Day. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of New Braunfels to be affixed this 26th day of September 2022. Congratulations. Matt, if you'd be kind enough to introduce yourself and members of your group, please.
Sure thing. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Council members, thank you for this proclamation tonight. Matthew Ekman, I have the privilege of serving as board president for Comal County Habitat for Humanity. Here joined by several board members as well as Crystal Moore, our executive director, and we even have a Habitat family with us here tonight. So just on behalf of all the board and staff of Comal County Habitat for Humanity, thank you all for all of your past and continued support of our mission to bring people together to build communities, homes, and hope. So with that, I'll let the board introduce themselves, and then we'll turn it over to Crystal.
I'm Wayne Walter.
I'm Ellen Duncan.
Peter James.
Thanks to anybody else who would like to say anything.
Thank you very much for having us here today and making this proclamation. And thank you to our community here in Comal County and New Braunfels. Habitat has been in our local community for 29 years, right here in New Braunfels. We have built 51 homes. We have 2 different families here that are ready to be 52 and 53, hardworking, deserving families. Habitat families purchase their home. They do not get a free home. It is just like a traditional mortgage, except it's interest-free. We've built over 51 homes and repaired over 100 homes. So here in Comal County, we've helped over 150 families stay home, and that is because our community supports us, and we continue to look for that support and need that support because everyone in this room knows that we are facing a situation with our housing affordability, and Habitat is one part of that solution. So thank you all so much for keeping us going and helping us build with deserving families. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much. Okay, next presentation next proclamation, Lukowski Awareness Month. And if I could have folks that are here for that, please come up front, please. Thank you for your patience with me. Proclamation this evening, the state of Texas, county of Comal, city of New Braunfels, whereas neurological disorders such as leukodystrophy that progress rapidly, that progress rapidly disintegrates the brain's white matter, robs children of their ability to walk, speak, hear, and see, have impacted children across the country in our own community of New Braunfels. And whereas presently there is not effective treatment with a staggering mortality rate while care only being palliative, and whereas the family's need should promote newborn screenings for families to make informed decisions and provide the best care for the children with thank you this week, and whereas throughout the nation, state, and community groups of professionals and concerned citizens work collaboratively to shed light on and increase public awareness, and whereas that provides support for those battling leukodystrophy and their families, and whereas the Believing for Briley Foundation provides relief, support, and assistance to those families affected by this disease to help educate, create awareness, and family support, funding research and financial support for these families affected. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Harry Bowers, Mayor Pro Tem of the City of New Braunfels, proclaim the month of September as, thank you, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of New Braunfels to be affixed this 26th day of September 2022. Would you please be kind enough, first accept my apology for my mispronunciation, but thank you for sharing the correct pronunciation. And more importantly, please tell us a little bit about your organization, really the overall piece of this organization, and really how this has impacted you.
My name's Caprice Schulenberger. This is Brixton, and this is my husband, Corbin. And we, our daughter, Briley, this is her foundation in honor of her. She had leukodystrophy. We actually lost her October of 2021. It's coming up on a year. Our foundation will be 10 years old this year. We're celebrating our 10th annual event on October 9th. Road Ice House. And our daughter, obviously, she had leukodystrophy, and she was born completely normal, but lost the ability to do everything in about 3 months, which means eating, talking, walking, you name it. She lost it. And we have just been so incredibly blessed by the community of New Braunfels and all the supporters, family, friends, worldwide. I mean, we have now given grants out of U.S. Now it has been Philippines and India. And so we are doing some amazing things because of New Braunfels and giving back and just loving on our family. So as the Schulenbergers, I don't know if my husband has anything to say, but we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for sharing your story.
I don't know. I think that was pretty good. I mean, I just want to thank everyone for, always coming out, for all of our friends who have put these events together year after year, and for everyone who continues to support us in our cause. Thank you very much. I hope to see you on October 9th.
And one thing I just want to mention, in addition to, once again, please accept my apology for the mispronunciation, but really the commitment to the legacy of your family and your daughter reaching so far beyond New Braunfels. I mean, that's just a testament to that, and that I really, that's so humbling. So thank you so much for sharing that with us tonight. That part. No, thank you. And here is a proclamation there for you as well. So thank you all so much.
Can we get a picture with you, sir? Snuck in on you. On the right needs a haircut, but other than that, it looks good.
Thank you. Okay, our last proclamation of the night will be our Living Legends for 2022. If the three recipients would be kind enough to come forward, or their families. I know there are a few folks, or at least one individual that wasn't able to make it tonight, but we want to make sure that we recognize everybody. So if they will come up, or I see one daughter coming up already, please make your way to the front. Any family that would like to be up here with them as well is always welcome. Y'all ready? Okay, we'll do our best here. Okay. This one is a long one. It's on 2.5 pages, so we'll do our best. No, 1.5. I'm joking with you. Okay. Proclamation. The State of Texas, County of Comal, City of New Braunfels. Whereas Ray Still, Linda Dietert, and Bill Morton have been named Living Legends of New Braunfels by the Braunfels Foundations Trust. And whereas Ray Still was born in Houston to Ross Still, a World War II veteran who worked for the railroad, and his mother, Netta, who stayed home to raise her 6 children. Ray graduated from Broadway Baptist School, where he played basketball and was also a team captain. Shortly after graduation, Ray married Sandra Pullen and enrolled at San Jacinto Junior College. Ray worked a part-time job at the upscale Adams Mark Hotel. A few years later, while taking classes at the University of Houston, Ray became an assistant pastor and then went on to become a senior pastor at Broadway Baptist Church. One day, Ray received a call for an interview from Oakwood Baptist Church. He was not initially inclined to interview for the job at Oakwood. Ray was happy at Broadway Baptist Church with both his and Sandra's families living in Houston. The idea of moving to New Braunfels to a new church didn't seem like the right move. However, Ray did agree to come to New Braunfels and interview with Oakwood Baptist Church, and that is when he met Bill Morton. And Bill shared his vision of what Oakwood could be that moved Ray to take the job and move to New Braunfels. In the nearly 30 years that Pastor Ray has been at Oakwood, he has established, in the nearly 30 years that Pastor Ray has been at Oakwood, the church has grown in both congregants and in outreach. Pastor Ray has also established a counseling center that handles over 3,000 sessions a year. Pastor Ray has been a trustee on the McKenna Hospital Board and was a founding member of the McKenna Foundation Trust. He has also served on the following boards: Christus Santa Rosa Systems, Howard Payne University, New Braunfels Christian Ministries, and Houston Baptist University, and is currently sitting on the Bond Advisory Committee. In 2018, Pastor Ray was awarded the Chamber's highest award, Citizen of the Year award. Pastor Ray and Sandra have one son, Mitchell, and one daughter-in-law, Alicia. Okay, ready, Allison? Whereas Linda Dietert, being represented by her daughter this evening, Allison Humphreys, is a 5th-generation New Braunfels native. In 1968, while teaching lessons in the JC's summer swimming program, Linda met Mike Dietert, who would become her husband several years later. Linda graduated from New Braunfels High School in 1968 and then went on to Southwest Texas State University in San Marcos, eat 'em up cats, where she graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Education in 1972. She then began teaching at Goodwin Elementary, but left once her son Brandon was born. Linda later took a job as executive director of the Sophienberg Museum and Archives, where she was the director of the museum twice in her career. Linda later taught at First Protestant Preschool for several years and was even the preschool's director. Linda was also involved with the Children's Museum of New Braunfels, where she worked on programming and exhibits and even served as a museum's director. In 1979, Linda's daughter Allison was born, and as Allison and her brother Brandon grew, Linda became involved with their school, serving as president of Seeley Elementary, New Braunfels Junior High, City Council PTA, as well as Unicorn Band Boosters president. Linda was a 3-year president of the New Braunfels Conservation Society, where she was key to Comal ISD's donating the 1870 Churchill School to the Conservation Society. Linda is a founding member of the Heritage Society and a docent at the Museum of Texas Handmade Furniture. Linda served on the first New Braunfels Historic Landmark Commission in 1970 and has served again in 2008. Linda has also volunteered in the Downtown Development Board, the Downtown Design Review Committee, and even served as Comal County Aggie's mom president. Linda currently serves as the Comal County Historical Commission and is a 50-year member of Beta Sigma Phi sorority and member of the First Protestant Church. Linda continues to tell stories of New Braunfels and our great state of Texas for the generations to come. Thank you, sir, for your patience. Whereas Bill Morton was born on Sand Mountain in, Boys, Alabama in 1932. When Bill was in school, he played basketball. I see basketball players here. Okay. Played basketball and is even class president. After graduating, he went off to Auburn University in Auburn, Alabama, where he enrolled in the ROTC program while completing his Bachelor of Arts in Business Administration. During this time, Bill married his high school sweetheart, Neil Goss, and began a 2-year Army commitment, starting at Fort Sill and ending in Germany, where he specialized in field artillery. Once Bill returned to civilian life, he and Nell settled in Lindale, Georgia. Bill began working at the local textile mill, while also earning his second degree from Auburn in engineering in 1972. Bill and Nell's son Mark and daughter Stacy moved to New Braunfels, where Bill assumed the responsibilities as the chief executive officer and president of Mission Hill Textile Mills. Bill has many other contributions to our community, include serving as a 6-year period on the board of the McKenna Hospital and was even the hospital's acting chief executive officer. Bill helped negotiate the sale of McKenna Hospital to Chris of Santa Rosa and established the McKenna Foundations Trust. During this time, Bill and others in the community volunteered to begin a new church in New Braunfels called Oakwood Baptist Church. Bill served as deacon and is still active at Oakwood. Bill has also served on the 1995 Sequential Steering Committee, the Brauntex Theater Board, was president of the Comal County United Way, past chairman and board director of the New Braunfels Manufacturers Association, and as vice president of the New Braunfels Infrastructure Development Corporation. In 2003, the Greater New Braunfels Chamber of Commerce named Bill the Honorary Citizen of the Year for his involvement. After the death of his wife, Bill began a new chapter of his life, his marriage to Jan Katailo, whereas the Braunfels Foundation Trust will honor these living legends at a luncheon at the McKenna Foundation Center on October 3rd, 2022. Now, therefore, I, Harry Bowers, by virtue of the authority vested in me as Mayor Pro Tem of the City of New Braunfels, do hereby proclaim Ray Still, Linda Dieter, and Bill Morton as living legends of New Braunfels, and urge all citizens to join the Braunfels Foundations Trust in honoring New Braunfels living legends. A witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of New Braunfels to be affixed this 26th day of September 2022. Congratulations to all three of you, and I'll hand off to Allison first if she would like to say.
Just thank you for the honor for my mother and accepting in her place tonight.
I'm not one that does the talking. Pastor Ray talks for me.
My dad and I would like to thank you all very much.
That part. If y'all would please give a round of applause to our living legends.
Let me get one picture or two. Ready? Ready? Okay. Thank y'all.
not just yet, but hey, thank you all for bearing with me. Feel free, sir, on that part. Okay, next item will be citizens' communication. This is a time for citizens to address City Council on issues and items of concern not on this agenda. In the interest of protecting the city's network and data, we are not accepting flash drives or electronic files to be used during citizens' communication. Please use the hard copies of the overhead projector for any documents that you would like Mayor Council to view. There'll be no City Council action at this time. Yes, sir.
David Warmke, 472 Sealy. Got to break a pattern here. I've been here for about 9 months, every meeting speaking, and I'm already checked into McKenna, so I've got hip surgery tomorrow. First of 2 hip and a knee. At the end of it, I think I may have more titanium in me than the Mars SpaceX rocket. It's stainless steel. So I won't be out of pocket for a little bit. 3 things I want to touch on tonight. I've been talking about the Charlie Duke statue and then also the St. Michael statue. And when Charlie Duke statue's been around a while, and it didn't get funded, and I'm not quite sure why. But I was initially told to start with Mike and move forward with that. I chose sort of to start more in public mode, but I'm going to get with Mike now and kind of run that kind of standard back channel to get that done. And I think that is something everybody can agree on. He's just such an amazing man. I have the opportunity to know him well. I actually have his canoe now, which is really cool. But and then the St. Michael statue for the fallen police officers is just incredible. And I think that's something everybody can gather around. I don't really have a clue how to do that, so I ask for y'all's help to help me guide that and get that moving through. I've talked to Sheriff Mark Reynolds, and he's very much for it. I've not had an opportunity to speak to the police chief here, but be very good stuff. Second thing, oversight. Last week or last city council meeting, I was very happy to see some oversight by you, Mr. Spradley, and Mr. Willis on looking into details of a contract between 4B and the chamber. And that's something that's really important, and that really is y'all's job, and should be. And there's a whole lot of stuff that's can just sort of slide through. So thank you for doing that. I look forward to hearing the details on that tonight. Now, timing of me going to the hospital is interesting because tomorrow is the Castell meeting, and then on the 3rd, I believe, is the bond meeting. So I obviously won't be at the 2 of those. So I'm going to speak a little bit about the bond coming up. And I have gone to all the meetings, and I've spent some time analyzing it. I've given y'all some of the details, and I left a detailed spreadsheet of y'all with sort of my thoughts. I see some opportunities that I think other people don't see, and 2 in particular, and then a third sort of just fell in the lap. First one is our sports park that we have spent virtually no money on, maybe $200,000 in planning, have not broken ground yet. We have such pressing issues with traffic, and that's just going to be making traffic worse, bringing not high-paying jobs here. I think really a good opportunity to think about that, maybe postpone that. Use the funds for roads. Second thing, 4B is blessed with $20 million in the coffers. Now, some of that may cross over. $20 million sitting there, we could throw at the road issues that are just really, really, really a pressing issue. And I'm going to do some more breakout in detail on this. I realize it's a little out of the norm, out of the box, but I kind of see things from a different perspective. Third one that unexpectedly happened here is we funded the public safety about 2 months ago. So when you add all those up, if you go to the spreadsheet, you wind up with pretty much all the road packages being done and a few other packages, a library, for about $130 million. That really is, I think, a good solution for our biggest problem here, which is really traffic and growth and just the speed of growth. I'm not going to go into any details on that tonight. I'll miss the bond meeting and I'll miss the Castell meeting, but I'll do some writing in the paper and I'll flesh that out some more. But thank you for your service. Thank you for being here. Thank you for oversight. God bless you. Bye.
Making sure I didn't see anybody. Oh, there's somebody move.
Chase Cochran, 321 Inspiration Drive. I just wanted to make this website available to everybody. I know a lot of people don't know about it. It's right on the front page of Comal County's website, so it's not hidden or buried or anything like that. But you can go to this website and you can type in your address or anyone's address in New Braunfels or Comal County, and it'll show you an entire breakdown of your tax burden for 2023. Every Comal County road, Comal County, CISD, MBISD, city taxes, and it compares it to last year and shows you the three different options that were up. Same tax rate, no new revenue tax rate, and adopted tax rate. It's an amazing tool, everyone. There's been a lot of misinformation last week, 2 weeks on Facebook. Like I said, it's very open and honest. You can put in anybody's address. One of the biggest people screaming about the taxes and everything, their city taxes are going down $40 on their property. And their overall tax burden, as soon as CISD decides their tax rate, could be anywhere from $200 to $500 less for their entire thing. I tried to look up some others. Seems they're not Comal County residents or property owners, but mine is going down about $100 overall. I'm happy with that. You know, I know it's being twisted, saying taxes are being raised because of percentage numbers and everything. I don't want to say that's a lie, but it's kind of a lie by omission, especially when you can go and look at this website and see exactly what's happening with your taxes. So I just wanted to get that out to everyone, and it's a fun tool. Go check it out. Thank you.
Doesn't appear anybody else, so we're going to move on to the next item. Presentations, item A, presentation of possible direction regarding penalty fees for work without permits and associated minor fee schedule updates. Mr. Collins?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Casey Collins, building official. So this presentation is to discuss some prospective changes to the fee ordinance, Appendix D. These ordinance changes are respectfully proposed for Council's consideration and direction as needed. There it goes. So, obtaining building permits for building construction is a process that includes city review of plans and drawings to ensure that the planned construction meets the adopted international building codes, fire codes, or other safety codes. At certain milestones of construction, the builders are also required to schedule various inspections, where city inspectors verify the construction is being built in accordance with the approved plans. All of this is intended to ensure safe, responsible, and code-compliant development occurs in the city. So concern has been expressed about some recent high-profile incidents of construction occurring without permits. The City of New Braunfels does not have a strong penalty fee right now in our ordinance to discourage this illegal activity. Currently, if the city becomes aware of an incident of work without a valid permit, the only penalty is a $100 fine associated with a stop work order. That has proven insufficient in many cases to discourage some parties from starting work without permits. So we've researched this issue. The slide you have up here is a result of that research. We looked at about 15 cities in the general area, and we compared their ordinances with ours. We find there's a lot of variation on this type of policy, with some cities having like no penalty at all. If you look at the top one there, Georgetown, all the way up to 5 times whatever the prescribed building permit fee would be, which is the most punitive down there at Bryan. As I stated earlier, the City of New Braunfels has a $100 stop work fee right now. So we have some recommendations for you to consider. Essentially, we're proposing a moderate, what we would consider to be an effective approach of a flat penalty fee for work without permits, not linked to the building permit fee, of $500 per offense for residential and $2,000 per offense for commercial. We are also proposing some additional minor changes to the fee ordinance that reflect some recent process changes and some editorial changes that are needed and had not been captured in the fee ordinance previously. So when we got in there and started looking at it, we just found a few smaller things that we wanted to touch up if we were going to bring something forward. So with that said, looking at the recommendations here, obviously item 1 there is what we would be proposing subject to your consideration for the work without permits, penalty fees. Item 2 there, to give a little explanation on that, where it says to move payment of the plan review fee to before second round of review. We have a situation sometimes where large commercial projects, a very large commercial project like an apartment complex, for instance, can be submitted. And for a $100 application fee, you can submit and you go through the review, you begin the review process. Some of these projects takes 3, 4, even 5 rounds of review. This is not just by building, this is by multiple departments, fire, public works, engineering, health, so on. So there's a lot of staff time and review time invested into that process. And you also have to take into account the fact that we use third-party review and we pay for those services on some of those reviews. So multiple reviews, multiple rounds, and then we'll have occasion where an owner or an applicant will just walk away. And so that $100 fee is all that's been assessed. So by code, they do owe us for the plan review fees, owing the city, I should say, on that, because the plan reviews have been performed. And so what we would like to do is just to put the collection of that fee into the process instead of just leaving it out there at the end, whereby after the first round of review, it would be prescribed in the fee ordinance that fee goes into effect for the plan review fees, which is 25% of the permit fees overall. That's what that change is proposed about. And then the other ones there in item 3, renaming the floodplain permit fee, that's just really an editorial thing that reflects process. Creating a fee for an alternate method request, that's the only new fee. That's a $150 fee. We review those rather frequently, I'd say a few each month. And it's an application and it's staff time, and it's, sometimes we will have a back and forth with them 2 or 3 times to get to agreement on the alternate method. And so this is just kind of a cost recovery on that, just a small amount of it. And then lastly, the Construction Board of Appeals agenda item, that's actually already in the code. It just was not reflected in the fee ordinance, so we thought it was appropriate that it would be added. So that's the presentation, and I'm welcome any questions or comments.
Colleagues, any questions for Mr. Collins?
I got a couple. Real quick, can we go back to the cities with all the fees? Oh, there you go. When Cedar Park, it says $100 penalty and then $100 per day. Is that if you slap them with a stop work order, they continue to work, then they get penalized, or is it whatever they messed up? There's a development here in town where they dug deeper than they should have. Would it be like $100 until they got back to rectify that problem?
Well, I can't really speak for Cedar Park 100% policy-wise, but my interpretation of that would be a $100 fine up front for the stop work, and then every day that the work continued or the infraction continued, $100 could be assessed.
Okay. Go back to the last slide. There you go. When talking to city staff and a few other people, when removing trees, I know it's a different thing, bear with me. I thought legacy trees could not be removed. And they said, no, it's a residential development, trees can be removed. If it was a commercial, trees had to stay. Now, are we treating subdivisions and housing developments as a residential, or are we talking about, I work on my house and I have a contractor working on my house and you put a stop work order on the front of my house? Is that the scope of residential?
I would kind of have to defer to Chris a little bit.
You understand what I'm saying?
understand your question, I think, from a subdivision standpoint and overall development of a subdivision for residential purposes, right? I do believe is subject to the tree ordinance. And yes, so in that sense, it is not looked at as residential.
It would be a commercial developer, so they would be treated as commercial. And then if I work on my house and get a stop order, that would be residential.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, so if it's a residential development, then our current tree ordinance applies, which doesn't have any limitations on what can be removed for residential. So where we see the
Well, I'm
tree
saying,
ordinance.
I understand the removal. I'm saying, how do we treat that development? Are we treating that development for $500 per offense? Or are we treating that development
see.
for $2,000 for an offense?
Not specific to trees.
Right, not specific to trees, just specific on how we are treating them. Because $500 for a commercial developer, heck, they have dinners out that are that amount. They can whip out, here's a couple Benjamins just in case I do something else stupid. Or $2,000, that's a much bigger hit for a commercial issue. So how are we treating these big box home developments that come in? Are we treating as commercial? Because 2,000 would be a better hit for them.
No, that's a good question. And yeah, that very specific instance wasn't thought about in kind of putting this together. And so we certainly see how that would definitely be impactful if it were different. And what we're doing with this presentation is seeking direction from City Council. Right. And if City Council would like for us to address it in that manner, absolutely, we can certainly bring forward something like that, different than, say, someone getting a roof permit on their house versus a developer developing a 1,000 home subdivision.
Right. I built a playhouse for my daughter. I got a stop work order for a playhouse. And if I got slapped with a $500 fine, that would be a deterrent for me. I ended up not having to do a permit because they thought it was a tiny home that I was building back there. Whole other story. But nonetheless, if we hit a development with a $500 fee, that's not as big as a deterrent as an individual homeowner. So I would like y'all to kind of clarify that a little bit more on how we are hitting commercial residents rather than somebody building an office building.
Councilmember Willis, when those large residential developments are going in, they usually start multiple homes at the same time. So it would be $500 fine per home or per lot for a fine for the residential development.
Nice. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Collins, thank you very much for your presentation. I thank City Manager for getting this on the agenda as quickly as possible since the three incidents in my district came along. If you go back to that previous screen, where it says double the permit fee, so if it's a apartment complex, what would be the idea of a permit fee? How much is that?
So that's a very good question, Councilman. And the reason I say that is since we're proposing a flat rate partly for this reason. If you took, for instance, a $40 million apartment complex, which is the estimated overall cost valuation, right, to the developer. Our Appendix D, our fee structure is based on a tiered approach based on that valuation. And that's the permit fees I'm talking about now, okay? And so a $40 million, which is not actually, there's lots of apartment complexes that cost that or more, okay? The permit fees on that alone would be about $160,000, okay? The plan review fees would be 25% of that, right, $40,000. This is just an example, okay? So this is why, in my opinion, to use a double permit fee type of approach, it's not necessarily the most pragmatic approach to me because you can imagine if you double fee $160,000, you're going to get some serious pushback on that. We probably are going to end up in court. We don't necessarily want to end up in court on every stop work order that we want to issue. And most of the cities, at least from my experience, I can't speak for everybody, but most of the cities that have that kind of prescribed permit fee, they don't really collect that. They collect something less than that, right? So it just, from a pragmatic standpoint, it seemed better to propose a flat fee. Now, what that fee should be, could be subject to a lot of consideration. And you guys could tell us, of course, what you think is right. But that's sort of the rationale.
Okay. And I think I lost my train of thought on that. Oh, so how many permits are currently going on at the city at any one given time?
So we ran some numbers on that. On any given day, we have between 6,000 and 7,000 open permits in the city.
And commercial developments? How
Well,
many?
commercial is quite a bit less, but we have a lot of open residential permits.
And the
yes, sir.
three that decided to do work without permits or without the proper permits, or however you want to word that, when you, I don't know if it was you or someone else that issued the stop work order, how did that go? Did they comply right away? They give you a lot of pushback? And I'm asking because if it's only $100 right now, I just wonder what their pushback is on $100 versus something more in the future.
We get varying responses on that, and it kind of depends on the contractor or the owner. But some of them are very, they're sticklers for the law, or maybe they just made a mistake and they didn't realize they didn't have the permit or something, and they'll stop right away. But then others, we have some bad actors that they don't seem to care. You can issue a stop work, nothing happens. They continue doing what they're doing, and our only recourse at that point is to send them a violation notice and send them to municipal court, where they end up, they are under the land development side of the house, under those codes, there's a $2,000 per day penalty fee that could be assessed. But as you can imagine, that's got to go through court. It's got to get a judgment. The city attorney's office has to work and carry that burden of that workload and everything else. This is why we feel to have something straight out of the fee ordinance that is much easier to assess would be beneficial.
So then that process wouldn't change?
No,
Is that
sir.
what you're saying?
It would still be available to us, yes, sir.
And so if they continue to do work after you gave them a stop work order and the fee is $2,000, it'd be $2,000 a day if you can see the same repetitive offense every single time?
If we still see work continuing, we could do another stop work as many times as we wanted until they stop, and each one could have the potential for the $2,000 fine.
All right, thank you. And I would just like to tell everyone that lives here, if you see something, say something, right? There's tons of permits going on all over the place. I drove past these things and I thought they were complying with whatever they're supposed to until a citizen contacted me and is asking me about it. I said, I don't know, I'm going to call the city and make sure they're doing things right. And then I found out differently. So if you see something, say something. Thank you very much.
Mr. Collins, could you go back to the next slide, sir? Or go to the next slide, I guess. So help me better understand this 2,000 in this proposal, this 2,000 per offense for commercial. This could be anything from a commercial business that doesn't have a permit for remodeling to somebody building a, whatever you said an apartment complex was, I don't know how many $1 million, right? So I'm just trying to understand, I don't work in this line of work, obviously you're the content expert, not me, but the difference between a local restaurant who starts a remodel or a kitchen remodel, and they're subject to $2,000 and somebody starts digging, the earth apart on that type of deal on a multi-million-dollar project. It just seems in my brain, and I'm not in your line of work, it's not equitable, for lack of a better term. So, and I realize you can't have a 45-page document, right, that has all these. There's got to be some type of continuity, but I really encourage you all go back and look at this and bring us to the second iteration, that it takes those things into account. Or maybe a remodel is not part of this. I'm not sure the scope of it, but obviously I'm assuming from health and safety, that would be a concern, right? But there's a significant difference between a local restaurant remodeling a kitchen without a permit, which still needs a permit. I'm just using an example, right? Versus somebody tearing apart the earth without a permit potentially impacting neighboring people. So I really think this needs to be looked at with some more of scale, not just 500 for this and 2,000 for this type of deal, because if I'm the whole goal for me is to discourage bad behavior, right? That is the goal, right? There's a risk-reward factor. And this is nothing against big-time developers at all. That's not what this is about. But if it's $2,000 and you have a multi-million-dollar project and you're going to be fine me, or a mop restaurant starts a kitchen remodel without that is $2,000, that just to me isn't a deterrent for the other, in relation to that. And if I understood you correctly, we have a lot of people that maybe just don't understand the policy, but if I understood you correctly, we have some people that just choose to, to do that. So I want to make sure that we have policies in place that are equitable and fair, but discourage somebody versus saying is whatever you use the term, or somebody else and just, dinner money or whatever like it was, or whatever the term was on that part. So that's just my only take. I think this is a good start, but I think we really need to get deeper on this aspect, because I don't really know $2,000 fine is going to make a lot of difference for a multi-million-dollar developer on that. But I don't know. I don't work in that line of work, but it just seems not equitable compared to a remodel of a kitchen at a restaurant.
I appreciate your comments, sir.
Mr. Collins, thank you for that presentation. How many stop work orders do we issue in the city per year?
I'd have to ballpark that, but
Go ahead.
yeah, I would say we issue at least 20 to 30 per month. So, 360 wouldn't surprise me. 400 a year wouldn't surprise me. That's essentially like one a day almost.
Okay. Yeah, I'm lining up with Mayor Pro Tem Bowers over there. It's not much of a discouragement, $2,000 to a $40 million project to write a check and move on. So if there was some sort of tiered structure per project, the size of the project, I'm probably okay with the residential piece of that. That stings pretty hard to a resident, but it's these big developments that could probably stand to pay a little bit more. You don't really discourage them at $2,000 a piece. So, yeah, I'd like to see you come back and maybe a little bit instead of just 2 flat fees, maybe something a little bit deeper for us to look at. Thank you for that presentation.
And just to clarify, to follow up with Councilmember Hurta's comment, also if you could give us a little bit of understanding, possibly next time, of is residential meaning it's zoned for residential, or the use? In other words, because we have properties in our community, right, that allow multiple uses. So I'm not sure if it's if what they're doing doesn't have a permit, is that what triggers it, or what it may be? Back to kind of Councilmember Willis's question, if a developer comes in with a single-family subdivision and doesn't pull the permits and is doing a bunch of excavation, is that $500 or is it $2,000, right? Because it's residential, it's a commercial entity, but they're doing homes, right? So or apartment complexes. And I'm not trying to push the agenda one way or another. I just need to understand where the lines are. In other words, what is commercial versus residential for purposes of a fine schedule?
Yes, sir. Understood. Thank you.
Colleagues, any other comments? Okay, do you have the direction you think you need, sir?
I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Right. No problem. Right. Now we'll open this up. This is a presentation. Mr. Collins has got the direction. We'll open up to public comment if anybody would like to speak on this topic.
David Warmke, 472 Sealy. Well, the question is, what are we trying to do with this? And I'll give you a couple anecdotal things. I have condos, 3 buildings that are on the river that we had some really bad roofing issues with. And I spent a lot of time. We got some really high estimates. Wound up with a really good roofer who got a permit and did a great job. And he said, yeah, we always get a permit. And I said, well, does anybody come out to inspect? He said, no, nobody ever comes out. And in this case, it's probably good because it just would have slowed them down and got in the way. Right adjacent to the property, there's a small house that was an old house built, I don't know, maybe 1,000 square foot house, maybe built 50, 60 years ago, wood frame. And that person living there died. It was sold. And he expanded the end, basically added 20 feet on the end, kind of keeping the same look. And that is now like a $350,000, $400,000 house. And one of the things that happened there with the builder is when he had to put now sheathing and siding on. Before it was just siding, which is a fine thing. But he gets his siding on, and the building inspector comes out and says, I didn't check the nail hole pattern on your sheathing. So he had to pull off all the siding to get this pattern inspected. Now, I understand rules, and rules are designed basically to keep stupid things from happening. But sometimes you can stretch the rules too far where they don't make sense. If this was Florida, I would understand that it's not Florida. But, a meeting or two ago, somebody talked about the number of inspectors you'd have to inspect all these projects. And, what are we really accomplishing with the building permits if we don't have somebody to inspect and if we just slow people down? And it's just an income source. And from my vantage point, it sort of looks like an income source and not necessarily so much being good. Now, certainly on commercial projects, certainly on electrical, you need to have inspections there. But just some food for thought. Thank you. God bless you.
Chase Cochran, 321 Inspiration Drive. Everyone that spoke, I agree 100%. It needs to hurt. $2,000 does not hurt. Elon Musk comes in here and builds a Tesla plant. He's going to laugh at your $2,000 and just does whatever he wants. I'm not saying Elon Musk is coming in, just an example, but some sort of contingency, like y'all were saying, an actual percentage of that application fee or the permit fee, it's got to hurt. You know, the projects that Mr. Spradley brought up, that Alligator Creek, I feel so bad for those people out there. That will never be replaced. And they paid $100 for screwing that area up. That can never be fixed. They knew what they were doing. They knew they broke their permit. $100, who cares? It's got to hurt. Otherwise, it's going to keep happening. Like Mr. Warmke said, you know, it seems like an income stream. It is. It is an income stream. You're getting that money to stop them from doing that crap. And if more contractors see that happening, they're going to stop. But yeah, it needs to hurt. That's it.
Okay, seeing nobody else coming to the podium, we'll move on. Item 1, minutes, approval of the minutes of Executive Council meeting August 22nd, 2022, Special Council meeting September 8th, 2022, Executive Council meeting September 12th, 2022, and regular council meeting September 12th, 2022.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Herda, second by Councilmember Spradley. Ms. Wilkinson, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Herda.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
Mayor Brockman is not present.
Moving on to agenda item 2, consent agenda. The items below are considered to be routine and non-controversial by City Council and will be approved by one motion. There'll be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or citizen so request, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as part of the normal order of business. Citizens must be present to pull an item. Ms. Wilkinson, do we have anything pulled?
Yes, sir. We had an email from Jessica Palmer to pull consent item G, and also Randy Martin, also who is present, requested to have item G pulled.
Okay, just to clarify, you said that was G or D? I'm sorry.
G.
G, okay, thank you. Okay, so just to clarify, item G has been requested to be pulled. We know at least one of the persons requesting to be pulled is in the audience, so we will take that up as part of the normal order of business. So now we'll go back to the consent agenda. Item A, approval of a budget amendment within the FY 2022 Airport and Golf Fund. Item B, approval of an expenditure of up to $150,000 for the acquisition of the necessary right-of-way from 2 parcels of land along Goodwin Lane between FM 306 and Conrad Road between Goodwin Lane and IH 35 as part of the Goodwin Conrad Road Improvements Project, and authorization of the city manager to execute all necessary conveyance documents. Item C, approval of and authorization for the city manager to execute a lease agreement between the City of New Braunfels and Alamo Colleges District for a 27,454 square foot building on the Central Texas Technology Center campus, addressed at 2189 FM 758, Building B, on the New Braunfels National Airport property. Item D, approval of a purchase with Simmons Martin Emergency Group LLC for the purchase of 3 squad rescue trucks and 1 ladder truck for the New Braunfels Fire Department, and a purchase with Rush Truck Center for 1 ambulance remount. Item E, approval of an amendment to a contract for third-party development process services by reassigning the contract from Master Plan to Milrose Consultants. Item F, approval of the purchase of vehicles and equipment for Blue Bonnet Motors, Inc., Chastain Auto Car, John Deere, Holt Cat, in total patcher and approval to declare the replaced units as surplus. Item G was pulled. Item H, approval of the second and final reading of an ordinance to amend section 126-346 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of New Braunfels to revise citation no parking zones to be tow-away zones. Item I, approval of the second and final reading of an ordinance to create sections 126-151 to set the speed limit on Morningside Drive between Schmidt Avenue and Solms Road. Item J, approval of the second and final reading of an ordinance to create sections 126-152 to set the speed limit on Alves Lane between SH 46 and Barbarossa Road. Item K, approval of the second reading of an ordinance establishing the number of positions in each classification in the New Braunfels Fire Department and Police Department pursuant to Local Government Code Chapter 143.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, I believe we've got a motion by Councilmember Herda and a second by Councilmember Blakey. Ms. Wilkinson, would you call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Herda.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
And Mayor Brockman is not present.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to letter G, which will be considered as part of the individual items for consideration. So we're on to 3, but we're pulling, since G was pulled, excuse me. The caption is as follows: approval of the second and final reading of an ordinance to amend section 126-346 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of New Braunfels to establish a no parking zone on the east side of North Academy Avenue between both intersections with Springs Nursery. Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Gary Ford, Director of Transportation and Capital Improvements. This item was presented in detail at the last meeting, and it is approval of the second reading for no parking on Academy between the Springs Nursery intersection. Again, I'll be able to answer any questions if you have any.
Real quick, when this is a no parking, is it also tow away?
Yes.
Because we were cleaning that up earlier.
Yes, sir. It's no parking and tow away zone.
How many parking spaces are we talking about?
I believe there's approximately, you can allow 2 parking spots in that small area there. So.
Any other questions for Mr. Ford from council? Okay, this is open to a public a public hearing. So please, if you'd like to come forward to the podium, if you'd be kind enough, please to just tell us, list your name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Randy Martin, and I own the property and run my business at 1117 North Academy, which is about 20 feet from where this proposed no parking zone would be. And I've got a couple of concerns. My first is that I believe this was brought to the city's attention by our local HOA. However, there was no communication about this. I literally found out about this about 8 hours ago. And like I said, my business is about 20 feet away from where this zone would be put. So I would be the one most affected by it. And I have a really hard time with the lack of communication about why this came about. I mean, I do not disagree that there may be some safety concerns. However, I can tell you cars are only parked in this spot 95% of the time between normal business hours, Monday to Friday, 8 to 5, which is when I am there all the time. And I can tell you in 8 years of owning that property, there have been 0 accidents, as far as I know. I mean, I've never heard an accident, never seen anything. I mean, it's right outside my front door, so it'd be easy to see. I also don't understand why there wouldn't be other considerations from a safety standpoint, something like possibly putting a stop sign right there in front of my office where that would slow the traffic or stop the traffic on North Academy from going through there, because I believe the main concern is just the visibility of cars that are on Springs Nursery trying to make a left-hand turn onto North Academy. And if there are cars parked in that spot, the visibility can be affected. But the last thing I would say about this too, though, is if any of you are familiar with Town Creek, you know that parking is already a major problem there. And, we already don't have as much as we need. And if we start pulling parking from every place where it's just not perfect, the streets are narrow there. The developer did not do a very good job foreseeing that. But if we start losing, giving away parking spots just because things are slightly narrow and not perfect, then I don't know where anybody in the subdivision is going to park. So my request would be just to give it some additional consideration. If a no parking zone is really the only option for this spot, are there other possibilities, like I said, a stop sign or, I guess, compact only parking. I don't really think that's feasible or realistic, but I just feel like, just immediately going to a towaway zone right there, I think it deserves a little bit more attention than that. So that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Martin, thank you so much for bringing that up. Mr. Ford, did staff entertain the thought of using of going with stop sign? And if you did, why not? Why did we not go that route?
The specific request for a no parking was for a no parking zone, and that's the appropriate traffic control for the specific issues. Stop sign is really to assign traffic right away. And it's, we would have to go through the process of collecting volume data to make sure those traffic volumes are properly equal, to make sure that we're installing an all-way stop that would be compliant and that users would know to stop at that location. So we can go through that process, but it's highly unlikely that would meet the necessary volume warrants, given that Academy is the major roadway and Springs Nursery is a relatively minor roadway. So again, we're not necessarily installing stop signs, just for that purpose. The no parking would address the issue.
I think the no parking, or the stop sign would be a no parking. The length of it, you can't park 15 feet from a stop sign, and it's that, the little area is that big, so you kind of wouldn't have to, or be able to park there because you'd be so close.
Do you have
to
a
that
slide
stop
of
sign.
this?
We have, it's if you look in your packet, and I'll.
Page 55.
Yeah, and I want the
Page
citizens
55.
to see it. You got it? Cool. Yeah.
There you go. Can you pull up slide 3?
I mean, it's been a while since I was a Leo. I mean, the laws may have changed since I've been a Leo. But I think you can't park within 15 feet of stop sign. So if you make this an all-way stop, you'd almost make it a no parking anyway.
You're correct. So you can't, it's 20 feet. It's actually 20 feet from the stop sign that you cannot park on. And again, that's something that we'd work on Springs Nursery itself. So if you can go to the next slide. So here, for example, this vehicle is parked at the stop sign. So what we've done recently, again, a similar issue is put a no sign that says no parking from here to corner, for that, to protect that 20 feet, because it continues to be an issue for parking around that area. But you're correct, if we put a stop sign at this location here, they wouldn't be able to park, so essentially they'd be in the curb radius, so it'd be the same. But again, then you'd be stopping the Academy, which is the major roadway in there. So again, right now, based on preliminary data, we would not recommend an all-way stop or stop sign. The no parking would actually be the appropriate to address the
no
concern.
parking would be the least impactful to that area. Putting an all-way stop, you'd have 3 streets that would be affected with the no parking.
And you'll likely have an issue with people running that stop sign or rolling through that stop sign anyways.
So the issue here, the reason that it was brought to us was for visibility. Would it be, and maybe I will ask the citizen, would it be an equitable compromise to just make one parking space there in the middle so that it wasn't out towards the edge?
Mr. Martin, while you come up, question: do your clients park in those spots?
I mean, okay, so if you're looking at the photo right there, my understanding is that the reason for the no parking zone was for the cars that are on the whatever you want to call it, the upbound Springs Nursery portion on the right that are trying to turn left onto North Academy to go back towards Walnut. If cars are parked where you've got where that one white car is parked, the visibility is not there. Where I was foreseeing a stop sign, that's my business at the very bottom, my building at the very bottom of that screen. I was foreseeing a stop sign at that corner before you get to the green area, to make cars stop right there in front of my business, and instead of just barreling through there. And then the cars that are trying to turn left because the upper portion of Springs Nursery on your right is one way going that way. The lower portion of Springs Nursery by my building is one way going down into your right as you look at that picture. So to answer your question, I mean, yes, it just depends on what's available. Sometimes that's the only spot available. I mean, if there are cars parked along Springs Nursery there on the lower portion right next to the building, that may be the only place available, say, for my clients to park. Short of going, an entire block further down the road or a block, stopping short of my office way by a block, because typically most of those spots are all full.
Would it be suitable for you if we just made the area where the white car is currently parked no parking, or no parking?
No, that's what I'm arguing against, because that's what.
But there are 2 spaces there, right? One where the white car is, and
yeah,
one where
I mean, one would be better than none. I mean, obviously, I'd be happier with one than none. But I mean, I just would feel like that the no parking should be a last resort in terms of 0 spots along that red line.
Mr. Mark, I see clarification. And you speak of owning the building there at the corner. So is there a residential HOA for Town Creek and then a commercial HOA, or are they all one the same? I'm just trying to understand.
It's just one HOA. And so, like I said, their safety committee apparently decided to bring this to you guys, but I was frustrated, given the fact that it affects me the most, that there was no communication with me about it before they brought it to council to see if that was the only option or what have you. So yes, there's just one HOA for the entire development.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I know Dos Rios has a parking lot, right?
Correct.
But other than that, the businesses that are on the first story level of going there, the only parking is on the street, is that correct? There's no off-street parking?
That's correct.
Okay, I figured that, I thought that was the case, but just want to make sure I understood the process better there, okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions for me?
No, I'm just not a fan of taking parking away from a business. I mean, after we've talked about this more, after Mr. Martin wasn't consulted, and he's primarily the main business affected by this, I'm not a fan of this. And I know you say it's the least, Councilmember Willis says it's the least, I don't know your word, least, I don't know, path of least resistance, whatever. I don't think so. If I owned the business, I wouldn't think that.
Well, I talked to Councilman Campos on maybe a compromise. All right, we're worried about, the HOA is worried about site issues. Where that white car, truck, whatever it is, the vehicle is parked. If you make that portion no parking, not the whole thing.
Correct.
But that portion, that'll move that one parking space where the line of sight is still there. Yeah, better. Because I've got Google Maps up here so I can get a better look at it, so I'm kind of putting that down. But Springs Nursery on the bottom of this picture is one way going right. Springs Nursery on the top of this picture, as the vehicles are pointing, are going left. So if we can, there's no line of sight issues at the bottom where Springs Nursery is.
That's correct.
There's only line of sight issues at the top. So if we move that vehicle down towards the other end of this curb,
right,
then I think you get to save one parking space and the HOA gets a safe turn left. That would probably be the least of compromise and the best avenue.
Mr. Ford, question.
Does that make sense?
Did you, yeah, it made sense to me. Still doesn't make sense to me. Mr. Ford, have you consulted with the police chief? How many accidents have happened right there?
There have been no reported
There
crashes.
have been no accidents.
In the last 3-year period, yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. The other thing about Town Creek is that the streets are so narrow and there's cars parked on the side that everybody, I mean, no matter what the speed limit is, everybody's driving like 15 miles an hour. So, I mean, I think the chances of having an accident there seem relative. I mean, I'm not a traffic expert, but do you have an opinion on that, Mr. Ford?
Removing that one car will improve the sight distance. It wouldn't have the required sight distance based on the posted speed limit,
So the no parking would be a tow-away zone?
Yes, I mean,
So
that's pretty standard across, yes.
We'll ask MVPD to pull off of whatever thing they're doing at the moment to go tow a car at Town Creek?
Yeah, again.
We're good with that?
If it's, again, that's consistent across all our no parking, and that's typically a last resort for
I'm not a
police
fan of that.
If council doesn't have any other questions, Mr. Ford, right this second. Councilmember Campos, do you have questions?
I mean,
just because the public here, I just want to let others speak if there's other in the audience, but go ahead, sir.
So I think, I feel like I'd like to talk to more than 2 residents of Town Creek before we make this decision, because I mean, if we got 100 residents of Town Creek saying, yeah, we need visibility there, and one person saying, I want 2 parking spaces, then, you know, maybe we have another decision to make. But I understand the request, and I guess I would like time to reach out to Town Creek and see if I can't get some neighbor responses and see.
Yeah, I agree. I would not be opposed to tabling this, to postponing it, first meeting of October, and let's have some more conversations.
Can we
Yeah,
postpone it till?
We can postpone to whenever you want to.
The first meeting of November, I think that would give us a reasonable amount of time to reach out to residents.
If that's a motion, I'll entertain it a second, but we also need to give the public an opportunity if there's anybody else that wants to speak on this item, because
Well, let's do that first then.
Okay, so.
Is the HOA even here tonight?
The floor is open for anybody that'd like to speak on this topic. If you wish to speak, please come up and state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to chat with you guys. Jessica Palmer, 967 North Academy. So I'm very affected by this, as I'm just on the other side of that Springs Nursery stop sign there. And that parking is very valuable. Parking in Town Creek is a premium. As a community, we were not aware of this change being requested. I feel like we should have an opportunity to get to chat more about it and look up different options that might help instead of just having a no parking tow-away zone. So I would definitely appreciate it if we could postpone this and be able to get together and have people come here and speak about it. I personally understand that there is a frustration with that section right there. I personally don't see it as a safety. I personally see it as an inconvenience. So I have to travel that exact path every day when I come out of my garage. I'm right on that building on the right side. And when you come up there, you've got to look, you got to stop and do a good stop and wait a second. If you want to just stroll on through there, then that is very inconvenient. And I get why people would like for that to go away. But unfortunately, we have no parking in Town Creek. We don't have driveways to park in. There's businesses. I personally own a residence and also a business there. So I am very aware that there's hardly any parking there for people to come. And I do think it would negatively affect businesses. So I'm just asking for some other options to be considered, possibly compact parking, or just people having to understand that they've got to make a true stop and wait a second and look. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Council. Shane Hines. I own the building right next to Mr. Martin, 1121 North Academy. It has a retail shop in it. I agree with postponement. It looks like that's the way you guys are going. I've got some other points that I can make at the October 10th meeting, so I'll keep it short and sweet. But one thing I wanted to add was that this neighborhood is designed with this parking on purpose. That's the way it was intended to be. The narrower streets slow traffic down. It's meant to be a walking community. Cars are meant to be parked on the street. We've had significant growth. People don't like other people parking in front of their house, so they complain about it, but that's the way the neighborhood was designed, to slow traffic down, to make it a walkable and pedestrian-friendly community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hines.
Chase Cochran, 321 Inspiration Drive. I just wanted to point out, we're building more and more communities like this around town, and we need to keep this in mind. I'm assuming it was probably an SUP to not have off-street parking like we require for every other business in town outside of downtown. So we really need to keep that in mind about giving variances for requiring off-street parking for commercials to avoid future problems like this. That's it.
Good evening, Ryan Beasley, 2214 Truman's Hill. I actually happen to be a client of Mr. Martin's. And from my time going into this area, it is tough to find parking. So I would agree that taking parking away, although I can see the concern, perhaps might not be the best option. There's just nowhere to park, and you have to find the spot that's closest to you and make the best of it. So I would concur. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Okay, I don't see anybody moving, so I'll close the public hearing.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this till the first meeting in November.
Real quick, there are other areas in the city, including Green. I think we had a citizen in Green that had this kind of issue we're pulling out was going to be a side issue. So I think it'd be beneficial, and it's not going to hurt to give it extra time, so I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Just for point of clarification.
That meeting would be on November the 14th. That's the first meeting in November, November 14th.
Okay, so just to clarify, the motion is for postponement to the meeting November 14th, I believe, by Councilmember Campos, seconded by Councilmember Willis. And just a point of clarification on this item, I'm a fan of postponement when parties can work together and try to work things out, so I'm a fan of this. But is there anybody here from the HOA, or in other words, we're going to postpone this, and Councilmember Campos may work with the neighbors there. I don't want to take away from that, but the goal obviously is typically you have opposing parties and they try to work things out before the next meeting to work with staff. And it appears to be there's some communication lapses or whatever between people. And I'm not pointing fingers, I'll make that abundantly clear, but is there anything that staff can do, or is there a member of the HOA here that can meet with some of these residents? So in theory, some of this can possibly be worked out before the next meeting versus everybody showing up and being in the same predicament we are tonight.
That's correct. Again, what staff will do is reach out to the Town Creek HOA representative that submitted this request. And actually, she was here, presented the case at the last meeting to y'all, and provided, her concerns and the justification for this. So we'll reach out back to her, let her know that City Council decided to postpone based on concerns about adjacent business owners. And really, it's going to be up to them to work it out, to come back in, because I don't really see any other on our side. Unless we do a detailed all-way stop, which is unlikely to meet an all-way stop, this is the appropriate traffic measure to address the specific concern. So.
Mr. Ford, thank you for the clarification. Right. I would just ask those that spoke tonight, I know Mr. Hines, Mr. Martin, and there were others too, excuse me, I don't remember all the names, but I would encourage you to reach out to the HOA or the management company, whatever. Obviously, that's your choice, but I would encourage you to do so. Okay, we have a motion. Laura, Ms. Wilkinson, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Hurta.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
And Mayor Brockman is not present.
Okay.
Mr. Ford, will you make sure that I'm CC'd on that email to Ms. King? Thanks.
Okay, we are going to take about a 10-minute break before we head into the rest of regular items for discussion. If I could have your attention, please, we're going to reconvene the meeting at 7:28. So reconvening the meeting at 7:28. We'll start with item 3, individual items for consideration. Item A, discuss and consider a 3-year professional services agreement between the New Braunfels Economic Development Corporation and the Greater New Braunfels Chamber of Commerce for an economic development program and declaring an effective date. Mr. Packer.
Good evening. I will try to be as respectful of each of your time as possible. There is quite a lot of content to get through. Feel free to give me slow down hand gestures, but I'll try to work through it. So what I wanted to do today, here's an outline, is kind of go through what our core services are. The Chamber provides the EDC. We've been providing these services for many years. It's evolved in many ways. Go through that a little bit. I want to recap our strategic planning process. Several meetings ago, I provided a much longer update on that process plan, but I want to go through that, both the process and then the strategy. And then I want to talk a little bit about how we're currently operationalizing the strategy, both in terms of planning, tactics, budget, et cetera. And then I want to go through our actual agreement. So, core services, we represent the EDC publicly, more on that in a second. Every year we work with local employers to address their issues, work on a pro-business climate. That usually amounts to the tune of 50 employers who produce product that is sold outside this community. In other words, that's value. Those are dollars that are created here, other people pay. We call those primary jobs. We track a lot of data, from benchmark reports annually to quarterly data to several other reports that we've produced over the years, from workforce studies to workforce housing studies to transportation studies as well. We are actively out there networking, working with companies, building, generating leads, qualifying projects, going through those details. More on that in just a second. And then we engage the private sector in the work. I truly believe that this work will be better if public and private sectors are engaged. We're there at every EDC meeting, workshop, and executive session. Does this work? Okay. Okay. Thank you. So from a public representation, here's just a snapshot of the website the Chamber manages. We represent the EDC publicly. This is the homepage for our marketing efforts. Next slide, please. I mentioned BRE a little bit. Want to flesh this out a tiny bit more. I mentioned primary employers. We work through a lot of issues from infrastructure. You can imagine workforce is top of mind currently. We produce job fairs. We've done 3 this year. Of note, the most recent we did was at the Coleman facility closing. We had over 50 companies there to place the affected employees. And bottom line is the point of this work is to continuously seek to improve the business community in New Braunfels. Next slide, please. I mentioned reports. We produce a lot of them. Happy always to take on studies if it supports any of the work we are doing together. Next slide, please. I mentioned recruiting. I think, and I'll get into this a little bit more in a little bit, but the degree to which this is data-driven and relationship-driven at the same time. When it comes to data, you want to be as precise as you can for the economy of the matter. But when it comes to relationships, you need to build those and spend the time. We go out of market, we manage projects, we perform analysis on the impact of those projects on this economy, and we host a lot of folks looking at New Braunfels. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot. We produce a pipeline report quarterly. This is a snapshot of Q2 leads generated. You can see the industries that we're working heavy in manufacturing right now. That is a trend that is replicated certainly across our area of the state, but this corridor, Central Texas, and the state in general. A lot of trends driving that. Next slide, please. We manage a lot of projects. Some projects take years to develop. What I'll tell you is that my view, and I forgot to mention our offensive coordinator, Michelle Boggs, is back here. We're both big believers in the lack of clutter on this front. So when you see 26 projects here, and the number's higher today, this is 26 projects that we're actively communicating with, actively working them down the pipeline. So this is not sandbagging.
Mr. Patrick, if you don't mind, can you explain project? What is a project?
Yeah, so let me explain a lead first.
Okay.
When I think about a lead's information. I know several of you have been in marketing or in adjacent services to marketing. Lead for me is messy. It's, hey, here's an opportunity. We look at the opportunity and we decide whether it has the ability to be a project. That's a conversion. So not every lead becomes a project. For example, we could get a lead on a heavy polluting manufacturing facility that needed 4,000 acres of land. I know it's absurd, but we would not convert that to a project. Similarly, we track this data, and it's in the advisory report that we produce, where we track why a lead is not qualified to become a project. Usually, the reason is the lack of available real estate, building or land. So a project is something that has an employment number, has an investment number. They're considering this community, and we're trying to move them to consider us in greater and more as they move down the pipeline.
So that's already a lead that's qualified to become a project.
Yeah, in classic like Salesforce terminology, a project would be an opportunity. So leads and opportunities, we call them projects. Next slide, please. In terms of return on investment, you know, there's a lot of work that happens in economic development. It affects entrepreneurs, it affects companies that have been here for a long time and growing, involves creating new opportunities for job creation, community development, parks, infrastructure, et cetera. But since 2011, so that's 11 years of this data, we've averaged, and that's between existing companies growing and recruiting outside the market, job growth of over 1,100 annually. Now, one thing that certainly the Coleman situation emphasizes is that there's another side to that ledger, right? So you lose jobs, you hope not to. You hope to if we're only gaining jobs, that's a good year, but there's always evolutions in individual businesses in the economy. But adding that employment, whether through working with our existing companies, removing barriers, or through recruiting, is very important. I included a couple of examples of that just to remind ourselves. Continental has their grand opening this Wednesday. Those are high-skill, high-wage jobs, very technologically sophisticated, happening. They're opening this Wednesday. They've already hired somewhere around 150 employees. The Chamber has consistently supported the EDC to expand its mission. Going back, there's many projects like this, from the Central Texas Technology Center to the Spark. We've been there working those projects along with colleagues in the city to expand that mission beyond just job recruitment. And as you know, the EDC has invested heavily in infrastructure, quality of life, and other areas they're allowed to. Skip next slide, then the following slide. Go through our planning process. Part of this is that we were due to create a new plan. You'll see a snapshot of, we had a good plan, that 2017 plan, but they didn't invest much in the cover page for the plan. But I'm not a huge fan of creating plans that collect dust on the shelf. That said, there's a lot of merit to rebooting a process, reassessing where you've been, where you're trying to go. And so we were due for a new plan. Next slide, please. And so the process we followed was we engaged a consultant. That consultant conducted one-on-one interviews, group interviews. They deployed a survey across the community. We leveraged our advisory team, which I'm going to speak to in more detail later. That's kind of the steering committee for the Chamber's contract with the EDC. The advisory team was the steering committee for this planning process. And we began with community assessment, and go to the next slide, please, and then slide after that. So I'm going to go through a couple of different data points. Some of these I all presented to you at the last time this was presented. One thing I'll say is that when you're taking qualitative and quantitative data and seeing where they align, one thing that was really clear from our consultant is that what people were saying, both in groups as individuals and in survey, really reconciled with the data. This is one of those areas. You'll see in a 5-year period from 2014 to 19, the percentage of this population with a bachelor's degree or higher increased by over 11%. Statistically, that means that most people who moved here during that time period had a bachelor's degree or higher. Next slide, please. I'll go slowly on this one. When you take the growth rate in New Braunfels and you divide it by the growth rate of San Antonio plus Austin metros, that's what it means when it says 5.1x. So you'll see we were growing at 3.2x the Austin region plus San Antonio region. You'll see that we were growing 5.1x under 18-year-olds. And you can see that we were growing greater than the average for 25 to 44 and 45 to 64 age brackets. We have positive net in-migration from every surrounding county, largest being Bexar County. You'll see that growth rate under 18 amounts to an elementary school every year. What's the implication? People with credentials in their prime working years, often with children, are moving to New Braunfels. We have a talented workforce. Next slide, please. However, there's some headwinds. Now, this is nothing entirely new for either New Braunfels or maybe peer communities, but let me go slow. Inflow means of a type of job, you have more people that come here to work that job than who leaves. So you'll see outflow means the opposite. You have more people who leave for a job than who come here to work. We have significant net inflow on low-wage occupations. That means that when you subtract people that come into this community for a low-wage occupation from people who leave for a low-wage occupation, there's significant net inflow. You were supplied with the community assessment. You can see precisely the amounts of that. On outflow, we have a significant net outflow of high earners. You'll see some professions there management, business, professional, and technical occupations. The result is that well-educated, highly paid residents must leave New Braunfels for work. And this is a fundamental anchor point for this plan. Next slide, please. You'll also see these are some examples where we have net outflow. And I know these, you look at these occupation titles and you wonder who created them, but it's what we have. But you'll see net outflow of 518 in business operations with average earnings of 77K. You'll see other management positions, net outflow of 238. One thing I will say is that not on this chart, but also significant, is we actually do have a net outflow of production workers. So when you evaluate manufacturing jobs, we are not 100% saturated on manufacturing employment in this community by the data. We do have a lot of people who leave New Braunfels every day for those jobs. But these represent, apologies for not getting this precise, but I'm going to get in the ballpark to make the point. When you look at the outflow of these occupations, it accounts for something like 70% of our total outflow from a wage perspective. Next slide, please. The good news here is that we have an opportunity to bring jobs and people closer together. We don't have to pursue job growth at all costs. We don't have to pursue every sector of employment, every type of job. We can really think about where we can add the most value. And we believe it's in that high skill, high wage. Next slide, please. Next. So before getting into the strategy, and I'm going to go really quick through the strategy, even though it's very complex, so pause if you need me to. But one thing that's, I think, also really fortunate in New Braunfels is that economic vision always follows community vision. Belief in quality of life, investment in quality of life, investment in heritage, personality, charm comes first, and any pursuit of value, we're looking for jobs that align with the skills of our residents. But the third thing there is that we have a very clear development reality. Y'all know this. We don't have infinite land. Much of the land that is left is the most challenging to develop. And so the tension of these three things is really important, and we're working hard to make sure that we're aligning our strategy in all three ways with a clear vision on all three fronts.
Mr. Packer?
Yeah.
I just noticed your microphone isn't on, which means people at home can't hear you.
Can everybody hear me? Okay, good. Hey, better safe than sorry. Next slide, please. So these are our 6 strategic priorities. I'll go through each one independently. Next slide. I mentioned bringing jobs and people closer together. I'm going to talk a little bit about how, from a data perspective and a marketing perspective, we're attempting to do this. Next slide. In order to be able to generate high-skill, high-wage jobs that align with the skills of our residents, we need office and industrial. We have effectively 100% office absorption in New Braunfels. The number one reason we turn down economic development value, why it doesn't convert from a lead to a project, is the lack of available real estate. We believe that if we invest in this way, we're going to have a better opportunity at getting the jobs that add value in New Braunfels. Next slide, please. We also think that part of that aligning community vision with economic vision, there's a significant opportunity to generate homegrown companies that scale quickly. The output of this is we're currently working probably the last quarter of the year, the calendar year, and the first quarter of next calendar year on exploring some operating models. This does not replace the Spark Small Business Center. We view these two things as very compatible. We're going to have a go, no-go on this front shortly. Next slide, please. Workforce is obviously critically important. Workforce is about training. Workforce is about housing. Workforce is about affordability. Workforce is about many other things as well. I'm going to talk a little bit later about where resources we plan to deploy in this area. Next slide. Y'all know a lot of transportation issues, both surface transportation, long-term, other types of transportation. We need to continue to focus on this if we're able to grow in the way we hope to. Next slide. And at the root of all this is effective land use. We have significant projects that each of you are involved in that have the opportunity to add significant value in many ways to this community. For example, the River Mill development, taking something that's not adding a lot of tax value, employment value, housing value, and converting it to value on all three fronts. The point of this priority is not that project specific. The point of this priority is to be really intentional and to keep it front and center as you work on growing this economy. Next slide. So some key conclusions in operationalizing the strategy. Last time we talked, we had some questions on this front. Talk about fundraising a little bit more later. That is fluid, so there's some variables here. But the bottom line is if we're going to execute this strategy, we need to add staff capacity in key areas. Specifically workforce, that BRE, that's business retention expansion, that's the working with local companies. I wanted one line, I couldn't fit it. Transportation and land use, business development, and research and data. We really, to execute this plan well, our analysis is we need staff capacity.
Mr. Packer?
Yeah.
Can I stop you real quick? BRE?
Business retention and expansion. That's working with local companies.
Could you expand on that? Maybe what is it you do specifically for business retention and?
Okay, so I covered that a little bit earlier, where we're working with primary employers, assessing their needs, resolving issues, helping them go through either growth or retention of their existing facility. So that's, I believe you joined us on a visit this year. Every conversation's different, but it's all focused on supporting our local companies, continuously improving the business climate.
So it's visiting businesses and trying to find out what their strengths and weaknesses are and how the city or the chamber can help them remain here?
Yeah, remain here, retain here, or grow here.
Add employment value?
Or retain. Retain is sometimes what you're looking for.
Okay, thank
you. As always, it's an increasingly digital world. We see several areas we need to increase the sophistication of our data marketing. And bottom line, private sector needs to step up and fund this plan at higher levels. More on that later. Next slide. So this is our current economic development team at the Chamber. Chamber has, I think, 17 staff. This is our team in economic development. I will say I am also running a small nonprofit, so I have other responsibilities besides economic development, but it is a primary expectation of our board that I'm deeply involved in this work. Michelle Boggs, who I introduced earlier, offensive coordinator. We also had a gentleman start today on that business development effort, working with local employers, and we have a coordinator on the team. Next slide. Here's where we need to add staffing needs. Once again, this is fluid when you're fundraising. You don't know where you're going to land on the resource development front. But one thing that was extremely important to the EDC Board of Directors was dedicated business retention and expansion coordination. They see the value, the job creation that gets added by working with their local companies. They see the need to double down on that effort. So when you think about what they're funding, and certainly they can speak for themselves, but this was a critical area that they requested that we focus on. So we're looking at dedicated BRE coordination. That's heavily related to workforce, so we want to add capacity on that front as well. And when you look at transportation policy, land use, all these other areas, when you think about our capacity to handle the challenges of implementing this plan, that's where we feel we need staffing support. Next slide. So this is a target industry study that we produced. We presented this to the EDC board a couple of meetings ago. Next slide, please. What I wanted to share this with you is to share the degree to which this effort is targeted, the degree to which we want to define what we're trying to achieve, be proactive, pursue outbound opportunities, not just wait for manna to fall from heaven. what we're looking at is first, target occupations that align with the skill sets of our residents. And I believe I provided with y'all this entire report where you can see those target occupations we're looking for. But basically, they align with the slide you saw earlier where we have significant net outflow of our workforce leaving every day. So first, where do we have people with skills and talents who live here, who don't work here? Recruit that first. Second, there's industries that have a lot of growth potential both regionally and nationally. These are trends that we follow closely, and it's also based on our deal flow. So job type first, industry second, and third, looking at the facility types that really make sense in this economy. Next slide, please. Councilmember Spradley, you had questions about the business retention and expansion program. I include this snapshot just to kind of, you never know what challenge a company is going to have. It can sometimes be as simple as a traffic light. It can be as simple as an issue that many people in this room could connect the dots and solve for a company, but they just have a lack of clarity on how to solve the problem, to something major like they're going to have to close if they don't get a big issue solved. So we go through a diligent process. We try to meet with all significant primary employers every year to keep those conversations active, current every year. Next slide. This is once again, we convened an advisory team that was a steering committee of this project. This is the budget we developed based on the needs we saw. And you'll notice that the range, we thought 50-50 public sector, private sector investment in this plan was a worthwhile aspiration to achieve. You'll notice that in the PSA, and I'll get that in a second, we have the first year starting at 550, and I'll show a slide later, we're currently trying to figure out where the private sector is going to land. But back to that point on operationalizing this plan, it's a big belief private sector needs to step up. Next slide. So here is our current, and this is a draft. Y'all, there's a couple of complexities here I won't bore you with. We have a different fiscal year than the city. So sometimes budgets don't line up perfect. I have a board. EDF has a board that I serve as well. They have not approved this budget. This is a planning budget, so please allow me that grace for this to change. But looking at revenues for the model we're currently operating off of, we're looking at growing EDC from 463 to 550, and the Economic Development Foundation from 193 to 650. Their true goal is 750. We are currently at 450, which is marked 60% of the way to 750, and we have until the end of the year. Next slide. In terms of expenses, we discussed staffing needs. Y'all know hiring people, paying their benefits, paying for computers, desks, all those things is the most expensive cost that any effort has. That is certainly a part of this. But what you'll see is modest increases where we think we can produce a better result, specifically on the recruitment front. Back to the business retention expansion item, that is a great bang for the buck. Not only does it produce the biggest results in terms of jobs, but it's also the most cost-effective strategy. Next slide. Next. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through a professional services agreement, and hopefully, and happy to answer any questions contextually. So the first item in our services agreement is that the EDC and the chamber, our goal is to implement this strategic plan, that the 6 priorities are listed there. This is a 5-year strategy covering the years 2023 to 2027. Next slide. This is a public-private partnership, which, I feel like some days I do about 50% cat herding, 50% phone tag. This stuff is really complicated, but we see the benefit in working cooperatively. It is the chamber's responsibility to manage that public-private partnership. Next slide. We've talked about the advisory team. This is where the advisory team is listed. This serves as the steering committee for both our strategy They meet quarterly. We produce a report quarterly that is provided to you and the EDC board. The mayor of New Braunfels, city manager, a representative of the EDC board, a representative of the foundation, the chamber, the CEO of NBU, county judge. That group meets regularly as the steering committee of this plan. Next slide. I mentioned we report, and I'm going to item B first. We provide quarterly written reports. That's the advisory report. That's where we go through all the pipeline data. We provide some economic indicators. We do track this data regularly, so if you have any questions, how are leads doing in Q3? Let Michelle or I know. We're also, this is a new item. I'm a big believer in operating plans. You've got a strategy, you've got a budget. What are you doing this year? So our goal is to provide that operating plan to the EDC by the end of October, which is the city's first month of the first quarter. And we're happy to present anytime you, EDC, or anybody needs us to. Next slide. I'll talk a little bit more about the arrangement and the structure of this agreement. You'll see year one, we've got it $45,833. That amounts to a professional services fee of $550,000 in year one. Why 3 years is a question that's been asked. This is a 5-year strategy. I've talked a lot about the advisory team. Year 3 is a mid-course assessment. We feel like it makes the most sense to get us through the mid-course assessment. The mid-course assessment will define changes to the strategy, and I can promise you we're going to need them. Some things are going to go well. We might double down. Some things are going to change. All it takes is the last 3 years to kind of see where that can happen really quickly. So that's why I structured it as 3+2, is to give that mid-course assessment an opportunity to define the next phase of the plan. Next slide. As a part of this agreement, we commit to continuing to provide private sector fundraising. Next slide. We have historically provided an annual audit. Why 6 months? Well, 990 forms are due on May 15th. Tax day is due about a month before that, so that's a typical time to complete an audit for a nonprofit because your 990s are due in the middle of May every year. Next slide. So the effective date would be the first day of the city's fiscal year. I mentioned the term of the agreement being 3 years for the purpose of getting us to that mid-course assessment, adjusting the strategy as needed. And then my hope is that we have a new agreement in year 3 and this automatic renewal for the final 2 years is unnecessary. I feel like the strategy, taking that time to adjust the strategy will warrant it. Next slide. This is based on your feedback. We've allowed for 90 days cancellation by either party. Fiscally, when you're hiring people, signing contracts, committing to strategies, that's concerning. However, this partnership is the most important thing to us. Working together is the most important thing to us. We're confident in the work we do, and this is fine with us. Next slide. So in summary, we talked about the core services we provide. It's a robust list of items. We work with existing employers, continuously seek to improve the business climate. We track a lot of data. We're out there pursuing relationships, deploying a marketing strategy, and managing a big pipeline of projects. We're engaged in the private sector, not just from a fundraising side, but also having them involved in the strategy has merits. We're there at every EDC meeting. Next slide, please. We built a new strategy collaboratively. This is not the Chamber's plan. This is not the Foundation's plan, the EDC's plan. This is all of our plan. And the strategy is responsive. We've baked in routine review in that 3rd year. It is the Chamber's responsibility to implement this plan, and we're pursuing private resources to maximize public resources. Next slide. We've talked about accountability. It's built in. We have performance measurements in that PSA. We regularly convene the advisory team who regularly reviews the work. We produce that reporting. We send it to council and the EDC board. And we annually submit an audit documenting our economic development expenses. Next slide. So this is my last slide. You're welcome. I hope I didn't go too fast. Appreciate your time. Just kind of wanted to, in closing, and then happy to answer any questions, talk a little bit about, why public-private partnership. And, the important work of economic development, by its very nature, can only be done in public-private partnership. Okay? Businesses create value. Somebody has an idea, somebody starts a business, somebody gets a degree, wants to get a job, somebody wants to provide better for their family. And government represents people. So for me, economic development is the process of providing opportunity for people to get a better job, grow a business, provide for their family. And this only happens when public and private work well together. So that's why, for me, it's so important to have both aligned. So that's all I have. Happy to answer any additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Packer. Council, any questions?
Yeah, Ms. Packer, thank you very much for this presentation. I think it goes a long way showing, the public what the plan is. Doing the right thing is always the right thing, and I very much appreciate this. So the only thing I would add to this is would you be willing to brief the council and the public in an open forum at City Council annually on where you were versus where you're going on the following year?
I think we historically do that. I think this is a unique year because it's a renewal year. That is a presentation I'd be happy to provide at least annually as you need it.
Thank you.
Mr. Packer, I appreciate you taking the time around my schedule. I apologize. We were playing phone tag earlier today, but in between today and last City Council, you've given me considerable information to read over. You've taken my phone calls, you've educated me, and you took my concerns with the contract seriously. I greatly appreciate this presentation today and you helping me out. So yeah. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you.
David Warnke, 472C, New Braunfels, Texas. That was quite a presentation. There's a lot of stuff in there, and there's some things I've addressed in there before. But, the whole point of that is to make the business environment here better. And that's a good thing, but that's only part of the environment. There's the citizens that live here. There's a whole other big issues aside from just business. When we just focus on business and more, and the thing that really makes my eyes bug out was saying we're going to succeed when we have some big, giant hotels downtown that we can do conventions in. That's the way we measure success. So New Braunfels downtown, as we know it, will be history. It's gone. It's turned into something else. Is New Braunfels downtown really that bad? Does it really need to turn into something else? I think it's pretty good. I like downtown. I like a lot of New Braunfels that's here. And in all the growth, we're missing that. It appears to me our biggest problem we have now is managing the crazy growth. And yes, certainly bringing in companies with good paying jobs is good. I don't know why we're doing a sports park that does the exact opposite. That makes no sense. But, I think we need to slow down. We need to slow down on trying to pull stuff in here till we get a handle on what we're doing. Because it is growing so fast. Logistics issues, traffic being the main one. We talk about mobility there. And your answer on mobility, I guess, is some sort of public transportation. And we're a ways from doing that. But most people here drive cars. And inside the loop, it's still pretty good. You can get around fine the loop. It's not bad. But outside the loop, it's getting really a mess. And I think we really need to focus, particularly at this point in time, on traffic, which is sort of my issue that comes up with the bond package, and really back down on just more and more. More is not always more. More often is less. And we're at that verge now that, what's the community? Were we losing the essence of our community, the small town feel? We had the fantastic fair parade Friday, which is absolutely great, but it was 3 hours. And I don't know if many people stayed for the whole 3 hours. I was there for about an hour and a half. But, it's a great thing, and it's really cool. It's one of my favorite things in New Braunfels, but, it's like 3 hours. We think we sort of need to think about moderation. And in growth, I think moderation is something that really needs to be our top target now, is moderation, and what do we do smart? Let's not get in a bidding game with somebody else to try to get somebody in here to do that. That has been a game some companies have played, like Amazon, and got burned on it. People have sort of stopped doing that. That's a game been played for a while. There used to be a group called the Golden Guild. It was like 500 consultants that went around, and they basically just played the game of representing companies to different municipalities to get them to bid things up. And people want to come here. And I think we need to be really selective, and we really need to just sort of slow down and take a breath. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. God bless you.
Lawson, 249 Bending Oak. It's hard to determine where the EDC stops and the chamber starts. It seems like they're just one big happy family. And I don't know why we keep selling New Braunfels so much. I mean, we're between Austin and San Antonio, and it just seems like New Braunfels would be fine on its own. It just seems like organically it would happen. We're on the interstate, and those two cities, would just generate traffic to us. We have, for years, I've been coming here since I was 11, and the Rivers and Schlitterbahn, and there's never not been people here. Tourism has always dictated traffic here. And this is someplace people want to be. So why the EDC and the Chamber want to go out internationally and domestically and sell New Braunfels, I will never understand. People all over the United States know New Braunfels, little tiny New Braunfels. And this is where they want to be. And we are just sending money to them to sell New Braunfels. And we have problems we need to fix here. Let's fix those problems. 6 officers that we're going to add tonight is not enough. Let's fix the problems we have here before we sell more of New Braunfels.
Victoria Hahn, 2227 Flintshire Drive. I agree with the lady and the man before me that New Braunfels should not expand so much in growth, especially in the area of businesses, because the people that move here, they love the small town feel of New Braunfels, and I'm afraid too that we will lose the face of New Braunfels. And the reason why people move here, they work somewhere else, but they bring the money back to New Braunfels. And I don't think we should destroy the face of New Braunfels with high-rise buildings and more and more cars around the city. I think we should work on the infrastructure problems that we have right now. We should make New Braunfels the city the tree city that's the face of New Braunfels is. And I think we should concentrate more of bringing a higher living standard to New Braunfels to attract to keep our home prices high and have a good community sense for the community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carolina Kuhn, and I live at 1021 Ashbury Avenue. I'm a property manager in a small community, and I've lived here since I was 11 years old, coming in from San Antonio. So comparing San Antonio to New Braunfels, I love living in a small town. I agree with the young ladies that pushing out and getting them to look for business and income for New Braunfels is not the right thing. Right now, we're growing quickly, and we can all say that that's correct. The traffic is there, but what are we doing for the people that are not having jobs? I mean, there's people here in town that are homeless. What are we doing about that? That money needs to be dealt with in New Braunfels, not giving it to somebody else to go and get more people to come and bring more jobs that are not going to be equipped for people that are living in New Braunfels. I mean, I lived in Austin, and I didn't like it there, so I moved back to New Braunfels because I like the small town. I didn't mind driving 45 minutes to an hour to Austin and bring back the money to New Braunfels, just because I like the feel of New Braunfels, a small town. We are losing that effect, and it's just growing too much. I like that I brought my daughter here to grow in a small town, but now it's kind of getting scary because you're having the problems that you would have in larger cities. The crime rate, things of that nature. We don't want that. We are too close, like they said, we're too close to I-35 to make everybody knows about New Braunfels, but why bring in businesses that will grow, yes, but they're not going to give back to us because they're going to go and give it to somewhere else. They're not going to want to stay here. They're not going to live here. They're going to move, just like I did. I didn't want to live in Austin. I didn't want to live in San Antonio. I wanted to live in New Braunfels because it was small and peaceful. So put the money back into New Braunfels.
Okay, seeing nobody else, close the public hearing. Council?
Mr. Packer, you want to address any of those things real quick? I know you're not bringing high rises here, right?
I'll just make a couple of points, but certainly very grateful for the comment and input of citizens. Bringing jobs closer to people helps with traffic. I believe a local pastor, when asked about economic development, said if you could give my congregation just 30 minutes back with their family every day, that'd be very valuable. So I've had an hour-long commute one way. I spent a lot less time with my family. And, last thing I'll say is a lot of this is about lowering the tax burden on individual families. When you have that commercial value, when you have institutions like Schlitterbahn that allow residents to take up less of the burden in the community, it's good for everybody. Any other questions?
Any other questions for Mr. Packer, Council? Okay, with that, if anybody has a motion or has any further questions or a motion, I'll entertain that. If not, move on.
A motion for approval.
Second.
Okay, I believe there's a motion by Councilmember Spradley, seconded by Councilmember, okay, is it Herder? Oh, Blakey, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the voice. Sorry, Mr. Blakey. Sorry about that, sir. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, Ms. Wilkinson, will you call roll, please?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Herda.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
And Mayor Brockman is not present.
Okay, moving along, item B, public hearing and first reading of an ordinance regarding a requested rezoning of property currently addressed at 1720 Hunter Road from R2 Single Family and Two Family District to C1A Neighborhood Commercial District with a special use permit to allow the addition of coffee roasting and related warehousing with an existing coffee shop on approximately 0.85 of an acre out of Lot 12E, the re-subdivision plat of lots 12A to 12F, Block H, Cypress Rapids at Green, Section 1. Mr. Looney.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, City Council. Christopher Looney, Planning and Development Services Director for the City of New Braunfels. Thank you. This property is a flag-shaped lot. The buildable portion of the lot is behind Adobe Verde Restaurant. The property on its southern property line abuts a private parking lot for the Molac and Alley developments in the western portion of Green. And on the east, it abuts a residential neighborhood. It's currently split zone, as we can see on the map on the right. The front portion is zoned neighborhood commercial, and the rear is zoned for duplex housing, our R2 zoning district, as is the large parking lot behind that. This is a site plan that the applicant submitted. With the site plan, the applicant illustrates their existing coffee shop, we can see there in the middle, and where they would like to build a new building to house an artisan coffee roasting operation. To do this in that location, they would need to change that duplex housing zoning to the neighborhood commercial zoning district to match the front portion of the lot, plus an SUP, a special use permit, to allow the coffee roasting. And that's because our current ordinance does not clearly call that use out. It's more of a modern use and wasn't contemplated when the ordinance was originally written. With the SUP, the applicant is also requesting some deviations from a few requirements that are in the code, and so I'll note those very quickly. There is a rear setback requirement of 20 feet. The applicant is requesting that setback only be 10 feet, and that is because, as I mentioned earlier, it's a parking lot. So our code requires that when commercial development is adjacent to property that's zoned residential, there would be this 20-foot setback. But since it's unlikely that residences would be built in that parking lot behind, they're requesting that bit of a deviation from the setback requirement. Our code also requires that a masonry wall, as well as the planting of trees, occur whenever commercial abuts actual residential development. And that's what is required to the east, where it abuts houses. The applicant's requesting to not build that masonry wall or plant the trees. They note, and we'll let the applicant elaborate, but they note that there's an existing buffer of trees there already. And also, staff would probably point out as well that we actually have some administrative relief when someone wishes to not build the masonry wall, and that relief requires the applicant to seek the authorization of those adjoining residential property owners. And so that is something that the applicant could pursue if their request is approved. And then finally, in addition, going back to the southern property line, in addition to that setback, because that property is zoned residential where the parking lot is, there is also that same requirement for a masonry wall or the planting of trees. And so they're asking not to have to do that. There are several action items in our comprehensive plan that speaks to the applicant's requested use while ensuring compatibility with the neighbors, both commercial neighbors as well as residential neighbors. Staff and the Planning Commission both recommend approval. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me, Mayor. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, sir. In the audience, if you'd be so kind, please do not speak out unless you're at the podium, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval with some conditions. And the conditions that are recommended by both Planning Commission and staff include concurrence with 2 of the applicant's requested code deviations, but do recommend that the applicant maintain the buffer requirements on the east property line or seek that administrative relief with those property owners. So I'm going to read the conditions that staff and the Planning Commission recommended, just to get those on the record. And again, because there's an SUP involved, that's what allows conditions to be placed. If this were just a straight changing of the base zoning, conditions couldn't be applied. So that's why there's conditions here. The first is kind of the standard condition when there is an SUP, that the development of the site be in compliance with the site plan that's included in the packet. 2, that the residential setback standards from the eastern side property line shared with property that are currently used for houses remain and are not waived with this request. And that the residential buffer standards along the eastern side property line also remain and are not waived, and that's the planting of the trees. 4, that oversized vehicles, as defined in our zoning ordinance, may not access, deliver, or park on the subject property more than once per week. 5, that the coffee roasting remain associated with the coffee shop and be wholly enclosed within a building so that noise generated by the facility is not perceptible at the bounding property line. 6, that the exhaust system for the coffee roaster shall be designed and constructed with air sweepers or similar equipment to reduce or eliminate any potential smoke or odors emitted from the building to reduce possible disturbances to nearby residents. This is very similar to what actually the state requires for barbecue restaurants on their air sweeper equipment. So it's a kind of above and beyond what would typically be required for coffee roasting. 7, that the coffee roasting within the coffee roaster facility may only operate between the hours of 8 o'clock a.m. and 7 o'clock p.m. 8, that the coffee roasting facility may not be used for any other type of manufacturing or production use. 9, that the warehouse may not be used to store products, materials, machinery, or tools unrelated to the coffee shop or coffee roasting use. And finally, 10, and this was something that was added at the Planning Commission, staff concurs, that the maximum height of the new building shall not exceed 1 story or 22 feet in height. We mailed 15 notices to owners of property within 200 feet. That's required by the state of Texas. We received 3 responses in favor. Those are noted in blue there. 10 opposed. And again, the state of Texas requires that if more than 20% of the property, not the number of residents, but the property within 200 feet, if more than 20% of that land is represented by opposition, then a supermajority vote of City Council is required to approve any rezoning case. Supermajority is a 6 out of 7, so this would require a unanimous vote of City Council tonight to approve this on first reading. And that is staff's quick overview of the applicant's request. Of course, the applicant is present, and they have a presentation of their own that they would like to share with City Council.
Mr. Linda, there's not 7 of us up here. What would be the supermajority with 6?
So it would require all 6 to vote in favor to approve.
Okay.
Any questions of Mr. Looney before the applicant gives a presentation?
Just a quick question. The big parking lot behind it, is that residential, zone residential?
It is. It's been used as a parking lot even before being annexed into the city limits and zoning was applied. And so it appears, we have lots of situations like that. We'll actually see it on the next case too, where something that is not residential was zoned residential back in the 1950s or so, and results in some interesting situations like this.
But it's used for commercial use and
yes, sir.
Lots and lots of vehicles that put out a lot of noise and emissions. But.
Yes, sir, that's true.
Any other questions from Mr. Looney?
Real quick one. In the map, the site plan,
yes, sir.
There's no real key, so I just want to be clear before I make any sort of decision. I guess that's purple, pink lines with the squares. Is that a proposed masonry wall, or is that something that's currently there that goes around the edge of the property?
That appears what people typically draw as a fence, but I'll let the applicant speak in more detail of exactly what they're proposing that when they come up to the podium.
See no more questions from council. Let the applicant give their presentation.
My name's Larry Lair, 39 Stonecrest Circle in New Braunfels. City council members, I'm the property owner and the applicant. The business owner will do an actual presentation because she knows about the actual business, how it's going to be run as far as the roasting operation. But it's my property, and so I am the actual applicant as it is. We wouldn't be here if the city had zoned this all commercial way back in the beginning, but it didn't get done that way. I'm not sure why. But when it was brought in, the rear part of the building, of the property, was zoned R2. It never became an issue until just recently when Kelly Hall and her dad, are the owners of the coffee house, approached me about building a new building to expand their coffee roasting operation. At that point in time, it was, okay, wait a second, now the rear of the property isn't zoned properly, so we made the application with the special use permit. They have been here for 15 years running the coffee shop. She is a single mom, hardworking, and this entire application is about her trying to expand and make her business grow. It's not easy on our end of town. Everything starts down at Green Hall and that intersection, and it migrates up toward us. I've been in green since the very beginning in 1975, and it's never changed from that time period. All the activity starts and moves our direction. In the beginning, it was very difficult to get people to come up to our end of town, and when Kelly took over the coffee shop, the visitor flow has expanded dramatically. My other tenants contribute to this, obviously, but the coffee shop, because of its operations, are open 7 to 7, 7 days a week. They just bring people up, whether it's local people in the neighborhood or visitors. I can almost assure you there's nothing else open in Green at 7 in the morning. So fast forward to today, she's trying to expand by enlarging the coffee roasting operation. At first, there wasn't any opposition to this plan. We had a meeting in the coffee shop, I guess now 3 months ago, invited the neighbors, and there was very little, if any, opposition. They went out and looked at it, and everything seemed fine. Then somehow everything changed. Due mainly to the efforts of a few neighbors spreading some misinformation, whether intentional or not. So here we are today, trying to rezone the property and facing some neighbors who are vehemently opposed to our request. Most of their questions and issues have been addressed and answered in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission, which did vote to approve the request. So we are asking your unanimous approval for this zoning change and the 3 variances attached to it. Main reason being that the biggest one is the masonry wall. All of the neighbors that butt up to my property already have privacy fences. There is a large grove of trees between my property and theirs on my property, which would basically be cut down to put up a wall. The trees right now perform a very good buffer from sound, dust, and visibility, because the trees are 30 or 40 feet tall. The wall's only supposed to be, I believe, 8 feet. So you're going to require tearing out trees to put in a wall behind people's other walls. As far as the buffer between myself and the parking lot that the Molac Corporation has, it's putting up a wall to shelter something that's a parking lot. Always will be a parking lot, because that is the only parking that Green Hall, Grist Mill, and most of the properties that are owned by that corporation have. So it's never going to be developed as residential land. It has to be parking to keep in compliance with whatever parking restrictions there are. So that's why we're asking for those 2 walls to not have to be put up. The offset on the rear was merely a situation of, it says 20 feet, you said 10 feet, it's just a parking lot. There's nothing that's going to be in there other than a parking lot on the other side of my property. If it had to be 20 feet, we could live with it. 10 feet would just make it easier. So the wall is the main thing that we're asking for the variance for. I know that there's a procedure to go through, which the City Zoning Commission said, but quite honestly, because of the situation that we've come to at this point and the opposition that's been there, we feel that there would be some issues getting people to go along with that, and there is no reason to have that wall, in our opinion. If y'all have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. As the property owner, Kelly Hall will be making a presentation as far as the business owner.
For the property owner?
With the question I asked earlier, I'm assuming that's a pink line or a red line, forgive me, but the line that had the squares around it on the site plan, is that an existing wall, or is that what they're recommending you build for masonry?
I think that's just the property line, if I'm not mistaken, that Kelly was showing.
That's the property line, it goes past your property.
I'm sorry?
If it's the property line, it goes past your property. From what I understand, This is,
I don't have that up there, so I can't.
all right.
Ms. Wilkinson, would it be possible to put that image up on the screen?
There you go. The line with the boxes that has its 90 feet, start of the 90 feet. It looks like it goes, your property line goes right up to the particular wherever the Pickles line is. It looks like they're asking for either you to build a masonry wall outside your property, or that's a fence line that is currently existing. And down between the parking lot and your current property line, the same line is drawn, and I'm wondering if that's the masonry wall they're asking you to build to be a buffer between residential and your business, or if that's an existing fence that's currently there.
There is a fence between the parking lot and my property, mainly to control, I think, people that were walking out of the parking lot and crossing over. We didn't put the fence up. It's been there for a long time. There is no wall there at this point.
Okay.
The walls are at the back of each of the property owners' houses. There are privacy fences all along there. And those trees that you see up there, that's the grove of trees, which basically is behind all those houses, that already performs the function of a barrier.
And I think it was mentioned earlier, you have no problem, and the property owner below you has no problem with foot traffic walking back and through there.
No, in fact,
the fence
a number
isn't
of the
like a
houses over there
masonry
put
fence.
gates in the back of their fences to walk across our property to shorten their walk down to green.
So if you build a masonry wall, their fences and the gates are null and void. Okay.
And we've never had any problem. I've even had people that have driven across our property to build swimming pools in their backyard, and they've driven across our property and never even asked. Neighbors didn't ask, they just did it. Didn't hurt anything, it wasn't a problem, it was just, it would have been nicer to have been asked instead of just gone ahead and done it. But that property has basically been a parking lot for years, my property. It handles parking for the green market days which are out there. That area generally doesn't have any other cars on it most of the time, because there is paved parking on some other property that I have out there. So this is basically just a gravel parking lot at this point.
As the property owner and the buildings that are on that property, are you the one that's going to be building, if this is approved, are you going to be the one that's going to be building this additional structure, or is it going to be the business owner that's going to be building it?
I'll be building it.
So with that said, are you going to build it to match the facade of the rest of green, or is this going to be like a Mueller building with steel?
We're going to try and make this fit in as well as we can. Possibly may use some old materials. As I said, I've been in green since 1975. I've rebuilt a building that burned down, and I've had people, say, "Gosh, I didn't realize that they did this back in the 1850s." And I said, "No, this was done in 2000." So I don't have any incentive to not make green what it's been. I've been a big proponent of keeping green as it is. There's no limitations on what can be done in green as far as rules and regulations to the most degree. It's peer pressure. And I've tried to keep things, looking at the building that the coffee house is in currently is a 100-year-old cotton gin warehouse. It'd be a lot easier to tear it down and build a much more modern building that would be easier to take care of. Upkeep would be easier, but it's a 100-year-old building. That's what green is about, is keeping that look to it. This will be behind that building, so there will be limited visual access from the public. You'd actually have to drive down the space between that and another building I have and get into the parking lot to basically see it. So that's why it's sort of hidden back in there. It doesn't have good economic value to do anything other than here's something that would be an expansion of an existing building, existing business that's already there in the front building. Nobody's going to come in and say, "Let's build a building in your parking lot and hope people will walk back there and find it." That's not going to happen in current times. Now, who knows? 50 years from now, I don't know what green will be. I probably won't be here.
further questions for the applicant? Okay, well, I think you said the business owner has a presentation,
Yes.
I believe staff said, so we'll let the business owner give the presentation.
Kelly Hall, 1720 Hunter Road. Good evening. It's nice to see you all here this evening. My family purchased Green Coffee House at 1720 Hunter Road in August of 2007. At the time, I was teaching 4th grade, and I told them all that they were crazy. After a couple of months of helping at the coffee shop on the weekends and realizing that no customers ever came in, ever, I again told them that they were crazy. But you've got to love the desire of my parents to do something together as a family. So I silently volunteered my time. Eventually, I fell in love with it, I quit teaching, and I was all in. That was over 15 years ago now. Back then, not many people living in the area or traveling to visit Green even knew there was a spot for coffee. Our tiny location is one of 3 businesses in our building, tucked back off of the road on the far end of town. I have actively and financially spent the past 15 years trying desperately to get people all the way up to our section, often referred to as Uptown Green. I've seen many businesses come and go because there's just not enough people that come up our way. I got tired of sitting in the coffee shop by myself day after day, only to be startled if a customer actually opened the door. We tried remodeling several times and updated our seating areas. We added high-end espresso equipment and got creative with our seasonal items. It worked a little bit, but we needed more. We needed to give people a reason to step off of the sidewalk, leave the most popular parts of Green, and come up to see us. So we made one more major change. This one change began to put us on the people's list of things to do when you're visiting Green. We began roasting our own coffee. Almost every coffee cafe was serving mass-produced commercial coffees. These were not coffees that I wanted to drink, so I especially did not want to serve them. So I taught myself how to roast coffee. We purchased an 8-pound roaster in Oklahoma City and began roasting coffee out of the coffee shop. The demand for responsibly sourced specialty coffee is still on the rise. These numbers have only gone up at record pace due to the impact of COVID. As a coffee roaster, we saw these demands for bagged coffee firsthand. Sales began to grow when people were unable to leave their homes, and they have not shown signs of slowing up. So where are we now? We just began our 16th year. We are in our 13th year of roasting coffee in Green. We are an all-female team, and as of January 1st of 2023, our business will be transferred from my dad to me to allow him to enjoy his retirement years and will be 100% woman-owned and operated. This will open up many opportunities for us in the community and allow us to work with many women coffee farmers all over the world. Many people think woman-owned, big deal. Well, in the coffee industry, it is. The coffee community is incredibly male-dominated, so currently women who roast are rare and actively searching out women who own coffee farms all over the world. And we are supporting one another by purchasing amazing specialty coffees completely grown and processed by women. And you'll see that's one of our farms from Honduras. In the second picture up there, the first picture is my daughter and I. And business is good. We are listed as, if you search on TripAdvisor for coffee and tea, we're listed #1 for New Braunfels and #1 place to go on Yelp as well. We only source high-quality specialty Arabica coffees from 8 different countries around the world. Every bean that we roast is made into a beverage or we bag it to sell. Speaking of beverages and bags, every single month, on average, we sell 800 bags of coffee off of our shelf. Some of those bags are 1-pound bags, and some of those bags are 5-pound bags. We also sell quite a few beverages, and we go through at least 400 pounds of coffee per month, whether that's a drip coffee, a cold brew, a latte, an Americano, whatever type of coffee beverage, it's about 400 pounds is what we go through every single month. That's 1,200 pounds of coffee every month that we need just to keep up with the demand out of Green Coffee House. Over the past few years, we've become painfully aware that our cute little 8-pound roaster was not keeping up with our orders for coffee. We desperately need a roaster with larger per batch capacity. This is our current space for roasting and green. It's not much. We need more space to build a team to meet demand, more space to store our materials and our raw coffee beans, and more space for packaging coffee. So right now it's used for storage, for roasting, there's beer storage, it's my manager's office, it kind of quadruples as all kinds of things, and past that area is customer seating. So it's awkward for them to have to walk by our workstation, which is why we're wanting to move it outside of that area. The goal of every small business is to grow and efficiently meet demand. Right now, the only thing holding back our team of 10 incredibly driven and creative women from reaching our goals are the literal walls of our current location. As a small business owner, I obviously have hopes and dreams. That's why I'm here. These pictures are merely conceptual, but a look into what I would like to create behind our existing coffee shop. Our team is desperate for more space and a larger roaster. A new building added as an extension of our existing business would allow us to meet demand and offer more career opportunities for local women and a business I can eventually pass on to my daughter. Our request. We are asking for a 3,500 square foot building with wide open space and lots of windows for natural light. We're requesting 15-foot ceilings so that we may store coffee beans and supplies vertically to maximize our space. The room that we are currently in, this meeting room right here, if you add the sign-in area, is 3,500 square feet with 15-foot ceilings. So this is what I'm asking for. We're in it. The reason I bring that up is because everyone has been confused with the size that I'm looking for, and they're making it seem more like a huge industrial manufacturing type facility. We are extremely small scale, and so all of our, including bathrooms and a kitchen area to wash dishes and an espresso room for tasting espresso would all fit into this 3,500 square feet. One interesting New Braunfels fact that I thought was kind of fun, I read recently that in 1920s to the 1950s, New Braunfels was the home of New Braunfels Coffee Company. So this concept is not new to this area. The roastery was in the basement of a San Antonio Street building across from the Train Museum and sold 60,000 pounds of coffee per month. That's more than we roast in a year. I believe their marketing signs still hang in Green Hall. Therefore, we are asking for the rezoning. Oh, this was a roastery, real quick. This is called Tree Lane Coffee, and they're in Montana. This is one of the very few women-owned coffee companies that I was able to find. This roaster is the exact same size roaster that we are looking for, and the same sort of concept minus the seating tables and stuff. It would be work areas, but I think that they've done a fantastic job in a male-dominated industry. They're killing it in Montana, so I thought this was a cool visual into what we're looking for and not so much a big gross factory. Okay. Therefore, we're asking for the rezoning of the empty lot tucked behind our existing coffee business. Zoning this property commercial instead of residential would allow us to design and build a coffee roastery with the charm and feel of green, but with all of the functionality and room needed to help us meet the growing demand for locally made, handcrafted coffee. This is an overhead view of that area. The yellow star is where we would like to place the roastery. I chose this spot because it's hidden, it's out of the way, it's located in an area covered in trees and bushes, and it would not take away from any of our parking areas. This is a ground level view. It's covered in dense brush and cannot be used for anything at this time. It's too thick to park your car, and it's difficult to pass through while walking. On the other side, you can see through the little clearing that you can see the cars. That's that large parking lot on the other side of the building. So I'm just looking at just this area that we're looking at with this big, scary dead tree. Here is a side view. And then this is just coming straight out the back of the coffee shop, what we see. So what I was hoping for was to clean this up make it nice, make it a little easier to walk through. For people who park all the way back this far, they have to walk that field all the way back into green. And I wouldn't hate it if they just came across that little path and started in Uptown and then kind of worked their way downtown, because that's where they came to go anyways. So we are completely fine with them passing through there and would be great. This is the view toward the resident homes. These were the trees that were being discussed. You can see how tall they are in comparison to the car that's parked there. You can't really see through them very much. It's 63 feet dense. It's that thick of trees and brush that we were asking to not have to cut all that down for that rock fence. So this is that. On the other side of these trees is the privacy fences of the residents. This view is looking straight down where it would be on a regular, typical day in green. We've got our large parking lot in the back that no one really knows about. Hardly anybody knows that that parking area even exists. We encourage people to come back there and park. We've tried free parking signs with arrows just to get them back our way so that they're not fighting for spots on the street. We also had residents concerned with parking on market days because the vendors like to use that back part where we were wanting to put the building area where they park their trailers and their RVs for market days once a month. So when we place our building on a market day photo, you can see that that still doesn't take any of the parking spots away to chase those people into the residential areas, because we wanted to be considerate of that. So, speaking of nearby residents and their concerns, being a good neighbor is at the top of our priority list. We're dedicated to going above and beyond to make sure that the nearby residents are not negatively affected by our actions. The best way to predict someone's future behavior is to look at what they've done in the past. In 15 years, we have never had a negative interaction with our neighbors. Not one complaint, absolutely zero issues. Of course, until I mentioned wanting a new building in green. Then that all changed. Parking is not the only concern that we've addressed with our nearby neighbors. We were informed of several concerns and a lot of misconceptions about our coffee roastery from the nearby residents, so we very openly addressed each one in 2 separate meetings with the neighbors. The first of these meetings was strictly for the property owners within 200 feet of the property. That meeting was held on June 15th. We left that evening feeling as though we had the support of most of those that were in attendance. Unfortunately, we were soon notified of a petition going door to door, so we held another meeting for the entire neighborhood on July 26th in hopes of clearing up all of the misconceptions and the negative narrative concerning our project that was quickly circulating the neighborhood. I fully respect and I admire the passion the residents have for their neighborhood. I just think our plan has been misunderstood, and unfortunately, speculation has played a larger role than the facts. The potential coffee roastery brought up terms like manufacturing factory. We've been compared to coffee factories such as Maxwell House. We have assured the neighbors we're operating on a much smaller scale and will in no way resemble an industrial factory, especially one who produces over 100 million pounds of coffee every single year. We are aware that if we make a product and we put it in a bag and we sell it, that is considered food manufacturing. Whether we sell 1 coffee bag or 1 million coffee bags, the definition is the same for both. Along with the manufacturing term concerns was the production of smoke and odor during the coffee roasting process. All of the neighbors admitted at the time when we had our meetings that none had ever smelled our coffee roasting for the last 12 years. Most were not even aware that we were doing it. So the misconception on your screen on the left-hand side is what is the narrative in the neighborhood. You're going to be covered in smoke. It's going to smell like burnt popcorn. This is going to be terrible. We have to save our neighborhood. In actuality, on the right, that is us roasting a batch of coffee, and those are the 2 stacks that we have currently on our small roaster. So that's actually what it does look like. We have assured residents that we're doing everything to make sure that the smoke and odor are not going to be an issue. We are getting a larger roaster. We have 2 roasters that we can choose from. Both are rated to block 98 to 100% of emissions created when coffee is roasting. Out of respect for our neighbors and the environment, we have voluntarily committed to purchasing a thermal oxidizing catalyst, also known as an afterburner. This is a $20,000 addition to our coffee roaster. I say voluntarily because there are not currently any rules or mandates that require us to purchase an afterburner. It's usually left up to what the city laws are, and this whole thing is very new to New Braunfels, and everybody's just kind of trying to figure it out as we go, but we have already committed to purchasing that and making sure that we are not bothering anyone around us. We will run an afterburner to ensure that all of the smoke from the roasting process is vaporized into CO2 and clean water vapor. Our afterburner will run at almost 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit, which destroys an amazing 99% of pollutants traditionally released into the environment during the roasting process. What we will release the most of is CO2, which is produced by burning the propane that runs the afterburner, and then the steam vapor. The amount is comparable, that's released of the CO2, the amount is comparable to a home propane fireplace. Many homes actually burn more propane at home with a propane stove and fireplace than we will roasting our coffee all year long. We are also dedicated to employee safety and are dedicated to following, as we always have, all local and federal guidelines in place. We strictly adhere to safety recommendations put forth by OSHA, NIOSH, the New Braunfels Health Department, and the Texas State Health Department. We have committed to working closely with engineers to make sure all roasting and flavoring areas are properly ventilated and safe for employees and visitors. And then I have a fun fact at the bottom. It says both the roaster and the afterburner will run on propane. CO2 is a byproduct of propane combustion. Therefore, CO2 release is unavoidable. The process gives off around 2.2 kilograms of CO2 per roast with no particular matter released, because that will all be burnt off. This is less than a car burning 1 liter of fuel. 10 minutes of idling can use 1/5 to 3/5 liter of fuel, depending on your engine size. And so that made me think, how long do we idle in the school pickup line to pick up our kids? So there's a lot more coming out of our cars than what's actually going to be coming out of the roaster, especially with the afterburner. I address all of this because we had some residents concerned with a particulate matter, the carbon monoxide, the CO2. There's diacetyls, which are naturally released when coffee is roasted. Diacetyls are known as volatile organic compounds, which can also be found in milk, yogurt, whiskey, wine, beer, vinegar, processed tomato products, citrus juices, backyard fire pits, and baking bread. FDA has found them to be safe to consume, but would advise against breathing them in directly in large quantities for long periods of time. We don't normally stick our head in the smoke. Okay, we've got a couple roaster options. On the left, we have an example of a 35-kilo roaster with an afterburner. The roaster can roast up to 60 pounds of coffee in 12 minutes, which gives us 300 pounds of coffee in 1 hour. That's just 1 hour of active roasted time, and I've got 300 pounds of coffee to deal with, which is how much we need every week at the coffee shop. So that's 1 hour a week of active roasting time. Just want to make that clear. On the right, we have the new Revelation roaster. This allows us to roast the same amount just as quickly. But this does not require an afterburner. The roaster itself uses its own heat to burn off emissions, and it surpasses the toughest environment regulations. The new Revelation line of roasters is equipped with a catalyst which produces low CO2, low exhaust heat, and absolutely zero smoke. It allows roasting indoors without the worries of using a vent. So a roaster like this, we wouldn't even have to vent outside. The adjustable recirculation, it also saves energy while protecting the environment. Another concern brought to our attention was traffic and noise brought on by delivery vehicles. We have assured our nearby residents that the number of our deliveries will not go up. In fact, if we have more space in our building to store the supplies that we need, our delivery frequency will in fact go down. I've put some numbers up here to show you what we're dealing with currently. Right now, I can only receive about 1,500 to 3,000 pounds of coffee per delivery. That's 1 to 3 pallets. That's all I can fit. We currently get one box truck, which is a 26-foot truck, every 4 to 6 weeks. A 26-foot truck can hold 12 full pallets. That's 18,000 pounds of coffee. If I could get one trip, 18,000 pounds of coffee, that takes my deliveries from once every 4 to 6 weeks down to 3 deliveries per year. And yes, we might grow. We could sell more coffee. So just for fun, and if God is really good to us, let's say next year, our 60,000 pounds per year doubles. That's 120,000 pounds of coffee and makes it 6 trips for an entire year. One small truck, 6 times a year, I would be surprised if that many deliveries became a negative impact on the nearby neighborhood. This is the delivery route that all of the trucks take, whether they're delivering to Adobe or to the Green Coffee House or to the toy store. They come in on the green path. They could come back to the building, back in, staying on the pavement, and then pull right back out and then out the exit, just like all of the other trucks do. And they stay, we'll have a delivery door on the far side away from the residents so that the trucks don't go around close to their fences or that tree line. The final concern that I'll address today, there's many more, but this is going to be the last one, is that the coffee roastery doesn't fit in the community of Green. We feel the opposite. We truly believe that a hands-on, artisanal, small batch, local coffee roaster fits exactly what people come to Green for. It's the type of thing that tourists flock to in other cities. Every major city has one or more coffee roasters. Not many are for public viewing, which is something that will make us different. Green is loaded with other businesses making products by hand. That's part of its charm, being able to get an item that you otherwise can't find easily while shopping elsewhere. This is just one more thing for New Braunfels to boast that we have too, but we did it better. Well, we invite visitors to come and check it out. On behalf of our entire team, thank you so much for your time this evening and the opportunity to share our hopes for a new space to continue to grow our tiny coffee business, offer career opportunities to local women who love the coffee industry, help bring more visitors to our end of town, and continue brewing great coffee right where it began over 15 years ago. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Yeah. Thank you, Mrs. Hall. You answered most of my questions I was taking. We got a lot of comments from, obviously, your neighbors, and I think I crossed out most of them as you went through there. But what's the current size of the coffee house right now?
The coffee house,
right.
Just the coffee house or the entire building? Because we have like 3 businesses within.
Whatever you use for the coffee currently.
1,100 square feet? Just our part, I think we're right in 1,100 square feet where we are.
And I guess my other question was, excuse me, how do you plan on selling? Is it like online? Is it UPS trucks picking it up? Or
we do have a website. A lot of visitors that come to Green are not obviously from here. We cater to tourists. And so people come from all over the country, also all over the world. And then we get emails asking how they can get it. So we did end up setting up a website, and we do sell our coffee online and ship it. So it's not anything crazy. It's maybe 6 to 8 orders a day. And those just kind of go in the car and we go drop them off at UPS.
Oh, you go drop them off, okay. That was part of my truck and noise concern as well. Thank you.
You may regret saying it, but tell me about a mezzanine. You were talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
I watched the P&Z
So we knew I'm wanting to make this a beautiful building, and I want people to want to look inside. So once they look inside, my plan is to have the roaster front and center so that they can see what's going on. As we see that happening, this is not going to be a building open to the public where you can just come in and hang out and have a coffee. That's what the coffee shop is for. So this will be for customers that are, looking inside, and you can tell that they're curious. We can invite them in. To keep them out of the actual food working area where we're packaging coffee and roasting coffee, I had an idea of a mezzanine above the front door where they could come and go up the stairs and stand and watch and look over everything, just like you would see at like a distillery or a craft brewery, or where you can kind of see, but you're not really in the action.
It's not going to be like a catwalk. It'll be a closed-in room that people can walk through. How?
I was thinking just like we don't have like an exact plan for it, but just like a stairs and then like a platform that they could stand and look down and watch the process.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, now we'll open up the public hearing. Just to clarify, in relation to public hearing, first we'll start out with those in opposition within the 200-foot notification area. Everybody has the opportunity to speak, but to keep things in order, we do it this way. So once again, those first up are those that are in opposition within the 200 feet notification area. When those folks are done, then those in opposition outside of the 200-foot notification area, and then we'll go to those in favor inside the 200, those in favor outside. So now is the opportunity. If you live within 200 feet and you're in opposition, please come to the podium, state your name and address, and if you'd be kind enough, if you know what number you are on the notification map, that's helpful. If you don't, it's okay. You don't have to have that. It's just if you happen to know it. But name and address, please.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is Brett Davis. My address is 1221 Rapids Road, and my property is within the 200 feet of the applicant's proposed coffee roaster and warehouse. I believe I'm number 6. On the map. First of all, I'd like to commend Ms. Hall. We've heard a lot about, not just tonight, but over the past couple of months, about her business, and I commend her for that. I spent my career in business, and we served small business owners and entrepreneurs, and it's commendable. She's got a good story to tell, and I admire that. But really what I want to do in the time I have allotted is to shift the focus from Ms. Hall and the Green Coffee House to the permit, because I believe that's what is about to be voted on tonight. It's not about the people, it's not even about the business, it's about a transferable SUP. And the ordinance reads that this property is located in an area suitable for small-scale coffee roasting. But a more careful reading of the ordinance reveals that this transferable SUP would grant Ms. Hall or any holder of the permit, any future holder, permission to use industrial roasters of any size for up to 77 hours a week. Okay? The roasting capacity, which is what I'm focused on, allowed under this permit is on par with a major coffee roasting operation. That is the conversation we had with our neighbors who signed the petition, of which there were 119 neighbors out of 171. There were 119 residents that objected to this, not based on Ms. Hall's current state of business, but what it might become. They've referred to this as misinformation. They've referred to it as fabrication. They've tried to diminish the signatures of 119 residents of Cypress Rapids who are intelligent people and were expressing concerns based on not what is today, but what might become with this major industrial coffee roaster adjacent to a neighborhood. Ms. Hall claims that she is a small artisanal roaster, and she wants to remain that way. And I think that's great, but that's not really relevant to this vote tonight. I'm in business. I'm retired from business, spent my life in business. Business plans change constantly. So does business ownership. It comes and goes. The only thing that remains constant is this permit that's going to be voted on tonight. And it basically provides carte blanche for 77 hours a week to roast, package, and warehouse as much coffee as a permit holder, whether it's Ms. Hall or not, desires to produce in the time allowed. Municipal codes of other cities I heard references to comparing to other cities in a previous presentation. These cities, including San Antonio, by the way, reveal that coffee roasters of similar size are regularly considered medium or heavy industrial operations. I do not want to limit Ms. Hall's business success. I'm simply asking that she locate this industrial facility in a manufacturing zone in New Braunfels. It seems reasonable. I have heard no valid reason from Ms. Hall for placing this facility in Green. She's been roasting off-premise for years, and her business is thriving. Placing the coffee roasting production operations of her business in an area that's designated for it indicates no adverse impact on her business. This is simply, in my opinion, a matter of her convenience. It is a short-sighted solution with very long-term consequences for those of us who actually live in New Braunfels. Also, to ask you to consider that I believe this sets a precedent, a dangerous precedent. We've heard a lot about managing growth. I think that this opens the door for other manufacturers that want to place their operations next to existing neighborhoods to come back to this council in perpetuity and claim that this has been accomplished and rewarded in the case of Green Coffee House. I also want to just take 1 minute to address the misinformation point. The neighbors that signed this petition were fully informed, and they're intelligent people, and they signed that petition willingly out of a view of the future. I call that visionary. I do not call that misinformation or fabrication. I call it visionary. So I'm asking that the council view this with a long lens. This is not about Ms. Hall. The presentation she provided is great, but this can change in a heartbeat. So I ask you to deploy a long lens and demonstrate visionary leadership and deny this special use permit application. Appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions or? Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else within the 200-foot notification area in opposition?
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers,
Yes, sir.
and I guess Val, are we doing the 30 minutes per side time limit?
Ms. Wilkins is
The
keeping.
city secretary is keeping track. So.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Becky Irish. My address is 1225 Rapids Road. I'm number 2 on the map. I share the property line with them. I object to this coffee roasting manufacturer for many reasons. However, I'd like to point out an additional concern to the City Council for consideration. The applicant has applied for a SUP. The applicant is Green Coffee House, but they've been roasting for 12 years already. This upsets me so much. They've been polluting the air for 12 years. No afterburner, no concern about the afterburner. The City of New Braunfels Code Compliance Division has verified that Green Coffee House is not currently permitted to roast coffee in the coffee shop, as a C1A district does not allow food manufacturing. In other words, she's been violating code for 12 years and putting harmful emissions into the air and into my home and into the neighborhood. So I ask, in what circumstance does the city reward irresponsibility with more responsibility? 2 other codes the property owner, has violated concerning the shipping containers. The large container not permitted in R2 land right behind my house has recently been moved, but the other 2 shipping containers remain in violation. As Mr. Spradley had said, it's up to us to report, to be the eyes. I reported it. I've done follow-ups, and those 2 containers are still in violation. Under City Ordinance 2020-32, which speaks of revocation of a SUP, this 3-time violator would be a consideration for a revocation. It doesn't stop there. The Green Coffee House ships retail coffee all over the United States, which requires licensing from the Texas Department of State Health Services and the FDA. Not only has she chosen to ignore the city codes, she has operated for 12 years without the required state and federal oversight. If this permit is approved, the city is sending a message. The message is, New Braunfels, the rules don't matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else within the 200-foot notification area in opposition?
Good evening, Council. My name is Charlene Bailey. I live at 1742 Hunter Road. I am the only resident of Cypress Rapids that faces Hunter Road, and my fence line is with Adobe Verde. I'm number 4 on the map. I don't have any problem with a small business trying to become larger. I don't. I respect the fact that she is trying to become a larger business, but unfortunately I don't believe that Green is a place to have a manufacturing, a coffee roaster. I do smell her coffee roasting. It's not anything like brewing coffee. I love the smell of brewing coffee. It smells like burnt toast. And I'm afraid even with these afterburners or whatever she's planning on putting now, and especially the amount of coffee that she's going to be roasting. Yes, what she's roasting now, she's roasting a small amount in her shop, but from what I've been told and heard on the Planning Commission, she has another facility off base. She lives in San Antonio, and I don't know if it's between her home and Green, but she is roasting coffee beans elsewhere. She talked about in the first planning meeting that she just was going to have 1 roaster, and then after the second meeting, it was possibly 2 roasters. And I'm just concerned that if we give her an inch, she's going to take a mile. I am all in favor of her being able to have a coffee shop there. I go in there and have coffee myself. I love coffee, but the roasting technique is so totally different than the brewing technique. So I just hope that y'all will reconsider the fact that she is able, and it's 0.85 acres of land that's involved in this, and that's an acre. And if you were to go back there in that parking lot today, you'll see that there's a very small area for any cars to park, but if she takes up 0.85 of an acre, it's going to take up quite a bit of that parking, which a lot of Green Market Weekend vendors park there. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else inside the 200-foot notification area in opposition? Okay, we will move to those with outside the 200-foot notification area in opposition. So if you're outside the 200-foot notification area and you're in opposition, this is an opportunity to speak. Okay, just come up to the podium, please, and just state your name and address.
Hello, my name is Craig Hall. No relationship to Ms. Hall. And I am directly across the street from number 3 on the map. So I'm 1 foot 4 inches outside the zone. Otherwise, there would have been another gold star there. And mine is simply this. There are commercial areas around this location in New Braunfels for these activities to take place. You know, these are dedicated for commercial operations. when the will of 10 of the 15 adjacent properties and over 120 of the 167 homes in the area have basically performed a de facto vote by signed petition against this proposed business, who does the council represent? Do they represent the citizens of New Braunfels, or do they represent a business owner from San Antonio? When I first addressed this to the council or to the Planning Commission, I held up a copy of Hemisphere magazine that I emailed today. In this magazine, green is a jewel. It is the council's responsibility, each and every one of you, to maintain this jewel of a business area and the activities and such. All I can say is, if this is allowed to go on, what comes next? We talked about 50 years from now, the property adjacent to this is zoned homes. Someone may want to put homes back there one of these days in the back of that parking lot. They're not going to want to put homes next to an industrial building. So it needs to be considered in the future, not get short-sighted on this. And that's all I really have to say. And I hope that you won't allow this. And hopefully you'll represent these 167 or 120 people that are adjacent to this and do what's right and not allow this permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else outside the 200-foot notification area in opposition?
I'm Brad Gilliland and live at 1839 Crystal Springs Road, and I am outside of the 200 feet and roughly 1,000 feet away. I applaud her on the coffee shop. It's great. My wife loves coffee. I don't care for it myself. Our kids come visit us from time to time. They all love the coffee. We all like to go there. And it's great to have something in our area. But what she's proposing is not for her coffee shop. Her coffee shop, she said, uses 1,200 pounds of coffee a month. The little machine that she has in it can make 2,500 pounds a week. She doesn't need another machine. It's a machine she's buying will increase that capacity with both the machines to a maximum capacity in excess of 1 million pounds a year. 1 million pounds a year is not small business. That's major manufacturing. It belongs in an industrial park. New Braunfels has industrial parks. There's one less than a mile away. It has empty lots in it and it has empty buildings in it. I suggest you just move it to an industrial park. She can easily do that. And as far as just having one truck every 3 or 4 weeks to bring supplies in, that may be fine and dandy for 1,500 pounds, but that's not going to be good for 1 million pounds. It's going to be far more traffic. It's one truck coming in, but it's 15 or 20 trucks going out because they're all carrying small loads to different people. So I ask that you just try to convince everyone to move this to an industrial park where it belongs.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
My name's Robert Bartnett. I had sent all of y'all an email. I don't know if you received it or not. I didn't get any replies. Some of the people that had sent them got replies, but I sent it yesterday. I am at 1224 Rapids. My home is directly across from really 2 and 6 right there. I'm on the other side of the road. I never knew about those meetings that she talked of in June and July until my neighbors did bring it to my attention because I was deemed to be outside of the 200 feet. Becky's house plat shows 151 feet to the curb, 31 feet across the curb. So at 182 feet, my yard begins. But then I was told, oh, no, but the first 10 feet of that is still ours because it's for utilities and things. And so, you know, basically, I feel like I should have been notified if it's that close. I mean, we're right there. We're splitting the hairs if we're saying that just on the other side of the street from them that we didn't deserve to be notified. I'm glad we did. We live in a great community that communicates with each other. We're all different types of people. We come from different backgrounds. But we have one thing in common is we do look out for each other in different things. And like it's a great neighborhood to live in. New Braunfels is a great town. I, for one, also agree with the people that say that it may be getting too big too fast. But, you know, that's up to y'all. I know that in the past, y'all have been very good about protecting us against certain things like cell phone towers or trailer parks or whatever in that area there. I do have my concerns over the people that are selling them this smoke catcher thing. Obviously, they're going to put out the best data possible. I don't have any specific data to give you, but I can tell you that my background that I told y'all in the email, I was in the restaurant business for 49 years. I did everything from general manager, district manager. I was director of operations for Slotsky's. I was director of franchise operations for Slotsky's. I've been involved in a lot of different things in the restaurant business. 10 years of my life was in barbecue. And I can tell you right now, you should look at the cities that have these things. I guarantee you they got people complaining about it on seasonal changes of winds and this and that. There's no system possible. There's no magic of catching all the things that come out of it. Until recently, every now and then I would get a weird smell. And I thought the people I bought the house from smoked a lot or something. Now, it could have been that, but it could have been something else. It was kind of alarming to hear the fact that if they truly have been doing this over there all that time and they haven't been following the restrictions, well then, you know, what comes of it now? You know, I respect her as a business person. I believe in people building their businesses and making money. I'm retired now, okay? So I can look like I want to and I can think like I want to and whatever. You know, I'm not a slave to the corporate world anymore. But I bought this house for a premium because you buy a house for a premium in that area. And let's face it, the taxes aren't cheap and they keep going up and up and up. Now, I'm outside the 200 feet, should my opinion matter. I do believe it should, because when I walk to my front door and I look out, it's going to be right there, you know, wall, you know, a 22-foot high building is not to me a single story personally, but 22 feet high, you got trees there, you got a fence that I don't think it even showed how tall it's going to be. That's not going to stop you know, if there's problems with it, it's not going to stop it. But anyway, once again, I don't want to go into all that. I went into it with the planning thing. Just to let y'all know, y'all are a much more organized group than the planning people. I feel like you actually listened to what people were saying out here, and I didn't get that cozy feel from the Planning Commission. So I appreciate what y'all do for us. I hope I don't have to get involved in it ever again, because that's not what I do. When you retire, you don't want to have to get involved in this type of thing. But I hope and pray that y'all will make the right decision, and I hope that you agree with us, and they should find another place to put this thing so they can make all that production and selling, you know, distribution money that's there, because there's nothing wrong with that. But thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Anybody else outside the 500-foot notification area in opposition? Okay, I'm sorry, outside the 200. Thank you for the clarification there. Sorry about that. Anybody outside the 200-foot notification area in opposition? Okay, see none. We'll move to those that are inside the 200-foot notification area in support. So those inside the 200-foot notification area that are in support.
Larry Lear again, as the property owner. I just wanted to answer a couple of misconceptions that this lady mentioned. She said that 0.85 acres, if you take that, there won't be any parking. That's the entire property is 0.85 acres. The building is 3,500 square feet. So if you look on a plot, you can see it's not going to take any of the parking that's already there. And there, as far as the size of the roasting operation, it's already been limited to 3,500 square feet, and the very small roaster that's already there, plus a roaster that she is going to get new, which will be one of those other two, depending, I guess, on the emissions controls and what's going to work best for that. But there is, per the Zoning and Planning Commission suggestion, that there was a limitation on the size of the building. So it's not going to be 3,500 and then it's going to 8,000 and then 15,000. That's why it's under a SUP. It can't get any bigger than that. We'd have to come back to Planning and Zoning and City Council to request to do any kind of expansion. So it's got that limitation there. As far as the roaster that's already in there, I'm going to step on Kelly's toes just a minute, but that roaster has to operate a lot longer to generate the amount of coffee she needs. So when she has a bigger roaster, she can roast that same amount in a very short period of time, which eliminates all the issues that people have. Well, you're going to be in there roasting for 11 hours a day. You're going to be roasting 7 days a week. That's not going to happen. But secondly, when you have a bigger roaster, you can go in there and roast a lot of the coffee in a short period of time, and then it sits idle for the rest of the time. So, like I said, the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended putting the limitation in on the size of the building and the number of roasters that could be put in it.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else inside the 200-foot notification area in support? Okay, question, ma'am? Okay, we just got done with against. Ms. Wilkinson, is there any time left on the against? A minute 45. If you wish to, are you in favor, sir, in the 200-foot notification area?
I may need a translator. I'm very hard of hearing.
Okay, sir, just to clarify, are you inside the 200-foot notification area? Are you inside the 200-foot notification area, sir?
Are you inside the 200-foot?
Okay, just a minute.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be disrespectful.
200-foot notification.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, I'm a business owner in Greene, and I've been in Greene for 18 years.
Sir, we'll give you time to speak, but for the purpose of decorum, of fairness to side, you need to identify if you're inside or outside the 200-foot, your address, sir.
See, my problem is your speaker and mic don't hit my hearing
I'm
aid.
sorry, sir.
Yes.
Then, sir, there will be a time to speak if you're in favor outside the 200-foot notification area. We'll give you that courtesy, but to keep the time on track, we've got to stay within that. So we'll give you that time, sir. I'm sorry, but just make sure.
My name is Sarah Howard. I'm at 1720 Hunter Road, and I own a small business in the same building as the coffee shop. So I've been in there for about 4 years or so.
So you're what number on here, ma'am? I'm sorry.
1720 Hunter Road.
Okay. Can you
So
tell?
there's the coffee shop
Okay.
at the Fickle Pickle, and then there's my dream.
Okay. Okay.
So,
Thank you.
I don't have any issues with the smell of coffee. I haven't had any complaints or anything like that in the past few years. Honestly, people will walk in and go, "What's that smell? What are you baking?" And it's the roastery, whatever it is that they're doing, whether it's pecan or pumpkin or something. It actually smells, in my opinion, good. And it brings people in and they ask questions and things like that. My merchandise isn't saturated with oils or toxins or anything like that. We work really hard not being in the primary area of Greene, being a little bit further up. All of our businesses up there, we get along really well. And we work really hard to drive traffic up our way. I see this as being a good thing, in my mind, I think of like Krispy Kremes where you can go in and see the donuts being made or something like that. I trust Kelly's gonna, looking at her vision and her plan, that it's going to fit in with Greene. The building is gonna stay on point with Greene, bringing in the feel of Greene and not anything industrial or anything like that. But as far as I'm concerned and my business, I see it as being a positive impact. That's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else inside the 200-foot notification area in support? Okay, seeing none, now we're going to move to the anybody in support outside of the 200-foot notification area? Thank you for your patience, sir.
My name is Jim Benson. I actually own Black Swan Antiques, which is down Hunter Road. I've been in Greene for 18 years. In fact, I was in the building that Kelly's in for my first 6 years. And my point there is that's not a great location. And I have to commend Kelly for surviving 15 years after 3 coffee shops went under before she got there. And as a small business, I mean, you have to continue to find ways to survive, especially after COVID in the current economic environment. And I think what she's doing is great. when you look at the pictures of the parking lot that she displayed, if I was a resident, I'd be pleased that building was going there. It's a very nice looking building. Right now, they have a view of muddy road base, dumpsters. On market days, you got a whole lot of porta potties. I mean, it's not a really nice environment sitting right there. To put a building like that in that location, I think adds to green. I'm definitely in favor of it. I think it will spiff up that entire area. I could reiterate a lot of other things here. I guess the only other point would be the reason I'm here. I had a short conversation with Kelly about 2 weeks ago in the parking lot, and she was kind of telling me what's going on. I probably wouldn't have gotten involved, except there's so much disinformation from my perspective that's been put out there that somebody needed to come up and say, I think this is a good deal for green. I think it will help the visuals, and it's really, you just can't see it from any of the other areas. It's almost out by itself. You can't see it from the road. Biggest negative I see is probably to Kelly, and that's because having the roasters in her shop right now, in the coffee shop, that's a draw. And it's not an obnoxious odor. If it was, she wouldn't have all the return business, all the daily business that would walk in and go, this is not good, I'm going somewhere else. Instead, it's a nice aroma. It's just pleasant, and it adds to that environment. So I think she's going to lose part of that whenever she moves it out into the other building and puts the afterburners on it, where she kills that nice aroma of coffee in the building. So that's really all I've got to say. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else outside the 200-foot notification area in favor?
I'm sorry. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kristen Jameson. I live at 1726 Sunnybrook Drive. I trust that you received my email earlier. I personally think many of our neighborhood residents have been misinformed. I've been there almost 12 years now. And I support Kelly's growth with the roastery because it's a small mom and pop shop in a little bit of a different way than you would normally think. I think I may feel differently if it was a national chain or if she's trying to take this huge and crazy and everything. She's not. I've known her. I trust her. Her integrity is amazing. I want Kelly to be able to continue to support our amazing town of Greene and New Braunfels. Currently, she cannot do this with the limited space she has. She's committed to helping my son's Cub Scout group with a coffee fundraiser, but not till next year. I pray she will soon get past the hurdles with building the roastery so that she can go back to doing what she does best, roasting and serving our community one cup of coffee at a time. I thank you so much for your time, and I thank you all for everything you do for our town.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else outside the 200-foot notification area in favor?
Good evening. I'm Dean Jameson, live at 1726 Sunnybrook Drive in New Braunfels. So this was a piece of paper that was distributed to, I think, every neighbor today in the neighborhood. One of the ladies came up to me and gave it to me. And I think this just speaks to the misinformation that keeps going on. So it says, there is no limit to the size nor quantity of roasters on the property. In the packet agenda on page 109, it talks about specifically the 2 roasters. Roasting is allowed 11 hours per day or 77 hours weekly. In prior conversations and presentations with Ms. Hall, she stated that she only needs 300 pounds per week. So running that size doesn't really matter. This says oversized vehicles are allowed to access the property weekly. The SUP specifically says only one vehicle per week. This information to me is just misleading. And had I not known about this, my conversations with Ms. Hall and her family, I would probably say I was opposed to this roastery as well. But it just doesn't seem to fit. I hope that makes sense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else outside the 200-foot notification area in favor? Okay, we'll close the in favor. Ms. Wilkinson, there was an individual in the audience that asked to speak in opposition. I think they didn't understand, or maybe there's a miscommunication. Did you say there was a minute 20-something left? Okay, unless I get directed elsewhere, we have a minute and 20-something left, so because the person maybe didn't understand where we're going, unless the city attorney tells me differently, I'll give them that time in the 30 minutes.
The ordinance allows 30 minutes per side,
Right.
and Ms. Wilkinson said there's a minute and 45 seconds left for opposition.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Acevedo. So there is a minute and 45 seconds left for anybody who wishes to speak in opposition. I believe this woman had asked, ma'am, I just want to let you know, Ms. Wilkinson, when you start speaking, she'll have you on the timer just to be respectful, but she'll cut you off in a minute and 45, not because we're being disrespectful, but in the spirit of equity, we give 30 minutes. So please come state your name and address, but please realize you are up against that. Okay.
Okay, Aline Cohn, 1244 Rapids Road. I'm not within the 200 feet.
If you would state your name for the record,
I'm sorry,
please.
Aline Cohn.
Thank you, ma'am.
And so I'm sitting there and I'm taking my notes, and I don't get up and speak in front of anybody ever. But it just drives me crazy because we're talking about them, what they're doing now, and the one roaster that's in the coffee shop was mentioned, but not the other roasters that she has. And the facility is only 3,500 square feet, but how many roasters can you fit in there? I mean, the size of the building it's huge. You can fit a lot of roasters in here. If you see the back room of where she's roasting right now in the back of the coffee shop, what she has right now in green, in my opinion, is small batch and artisanal or whatever. What she's doing is kind of like no longer in that. She also it wasn't talked about how she has these contracts or something with, like different coffee shops that she provides their coffee, and a potential for even maybe HEB or something. I mean, there's like bigger things to come, which is amazing for her. But I don't want that in my backyard. What she has right now is great. When she brews coffee, it smells amazing if you're inside of the building. But if it's outside in the air, yeah, I got to wait for my kid at school. But do I need all these emissions or something in my backyard too? As an example that they gave. And okay. And so, I think it's, like I said, I think it's great what she's doing. I feel like the misinformation in a large part is coming from them. And I've been to every single meeting. I've never spoken up, but like my notes are different every time. They say that there's something different every time. And I really don't, I don't know. I smell it. It smells to me like someone's burning paper in the fireplace. So
thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. We'll close the public hearing now. What's the pleasure of council?
Move for approval with staff recommendations.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Herta for approval with staff recommendations, seconded by Councilmember Blakey. Okay. Any staff have any questions for staff? Or are we good? Sorry, let's make sure. Okay.
Councilmember.
Maybe, just hold on a second. Maybe if you could go back over the majority, cover back the majority. How many does it take?
You're talking about the time?
I think he's asking, because of the opposition, it requires a supermajority. If it may be for Ms. Acevedo or Mr. Looney, but what does the number need to be for council for supermajority? Because we have 6, not 7 tonight.
It needs to be all 6.
Okay. Did that answer?
The state requires a supermajority of the governing body, so that would be all 7, even though only 6 are here tonight.
Mr. Looney, can I ask a question just verify? Well, I know we have a motion and a second, but before I vote, there were a lot of comments made tonight. People are very passionate on all sides of the aisle, which I respect. People that come to our council chambers, share their concerns about their livelihood, their homes, things of this nature. So I want to make it clear we respect all. In relation to the comment about the notification area, sir, we get that comment quite frequently. It's a state statute on that notification zone, so it's not a city ordinance. I know that doesn't make you feel any better, but I always like to just make people aware of that because it sometimes seems arbitrary, but that's what the statute has on that, and that's why those folks are notified, even if it gets close. So I just want to make you aware because we get that a lot. And on that part. And then there were some comments made about zoning classifications and uses. So I just want to make sure that I understood correctly. The zoning classification currently allows for the use that's in the current facility, correct?
Yes, sir. The split zoning of the property, there we go. You can kind of see it on the right there. It's just one of those situations where the rear is not commercial, but the front is zoned commercial. And that existing building lies within the C1, the old C1. That's our old C1 district. But then where they want to place the new one in the rear.
So the old, just to clarify, because I think there's a comment, I just want to make sure that I understand staff correctly. The old C1, which is probably one of those cumulative zoning districts, allows for the current use. There was a comment made. I just want to make sure I understood correctly on that. But the use of the roaster is allowed in that cumulative old C1, correct?
It's allowed in the way it's being used because the C1 district and the C1A also allows a coffee shop. The current addition of roasting to the current coffee shop is considered accessory. It's an accessory use to the coffee shop because of its limited scale and nature in relation to the coffee shop itself.
Thank you for the clarification. So make sure I understood. Okay, we currently have a motion and a second, and
real quick.
Yes.
Mr. Looney, before you sit down, I apologize. Are there any current complaints pending or anything for this property about this business?
No, sir. Prior to the rezoning request.
It was brought up connexes or storage containers and what have you, any sort of complaints. Now, it's one thing for a resident to come up to one of their neighbors, a business, and complain and be bad neighbors. It's different to do it anonymously to the city so the city can monitor it and check if they're complying to the codes of our city.
Yes, sir.
Has there ever been any sort of complaints from your office about anything?
No, sir, there hasn't, and there's a variety of ways folks can file complaints. The most recent addition to our website, where it can be an online complaint, has been very helpful for citizens to file complaints, but we currently have none on this business.
And none the past few years?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Looney.
You're welcome, sir.
Duly noted, if we can't open the public hearing back up, there was a time during the public hearing's over, so it's not to be disrespectful, but the public hearing has been closed. But, so, Mr. Looney, I believe, answered based on the data he has available.
Yes, sir. We were asked that earlier today, and we checked our records, and I'm sorry, we don't
Right,
have
so just to
anything.
clarify, as of earlier today, at some point in time today, you verified records, and records don't reflect that. Is that
That's
what I understand?
correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. So, Ms. Wilkinson, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Campos?
Aye.
Councilmember Willis?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers?
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley?
No.
Councilmember Herda?
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey?
Aye.
And Mayor Brockman is not present.
Okay, so that was 5-1. Motion fails because it needed 6. On to the next agenda item. We are going to take a 5-minute break. At 9:55 p.m., we'll move on to agenda item C, public hearing and first reading of an ordinance regarding a proposed rezoning of approximately .9642 acres from R2 single and two family district to C1A neighborhood commercial district in the City Block 5054 subdivision, Lot 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, addressed at 257 East South Street. Mr. Looney.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This property, as you described, is within the block that's bounded by East South Street, South Washington, and South Houston Avenues. And it is the site of the former Eagles Hall, as we can see here. Currently, again, here's another one of those situations, currently zoned R2, duplex residential. I am pretty sure the building predates the city's application of residential zoning to the property. Historic building like that, and then we didn't have zoning here until the 1940s. So the current R2 zoning, though, is, as I mentioned before, allows duplexes, designed to allow duplexes. C1A is what the applicant is requesting. That is our neighborhood commercial district. So like it says in its name, it's intended to be a district that allows small-scale commercial type of uses that would benefit a neighborhood. Therefore, ought to be a little bit more compatible than what you might see in, say, a C3, like you'd see at Creekside. Now, staff originally recommended an even less intense district, the CO. And the CO district, it's called a commercial office, but what it is a small-scale mixed-use district. It allows office and retail and as well as some residential. C1A, though, is supposed to be equally sensitive to surrounding residential, as I mentioned before, but there's a couple of uses that are allowed in C1A that staff was originally most concerned about, and those were the allowance of fuel sales, so like a convenience store with a gas station, and minor auto repair, so like your quick oil change places. Those are allowed in C1A, not in CO. But in looking at the property, recognizing what building is on it, and the historic nature of that building, it really is extremely unlikely that the applicant or any future owner of the property would be tearing it down to build a gas station or a tire or oil change shop. Additionally, with our land development ordinance, so kind of a sneak preview on our land development ordinance, one of the modifications that we'll be proposing, of course it has to go through the process, but there would be a change to the C1A in order to make it more neighborhood friendly like it's intended. Those two uses, fuel sales and minor auto repair, would be being changed to what we currently call the SUP, so equivalent to the SUP in the C1A. So that would make the C1A a little more neighborhood friendly. So considering that, staff is comfortable with either what's recommended in the report of CO or the C1A that the applicant is requesting. The applicant will elaborate a little bit on why he would prefer C1A. This site is, obviously, everybody's familiar with this location. It's near existing medical, tourist, and employment centers as identified in our comprehensive plan. And that really makes mixed use an appropriate continued use of the property, which was, an historic event center type of building in the past. We did mail 19 notices to owners of property within 200 feet. We received 0 in favor and actually 5 in opposition. Oh, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of C1A. Happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Council, any questions for Mr. Looney?
Real quick, get it out of the way. Parking, not an issue, no complaints, no nothing?
Not on that property.
Right. On this property, no code compliance issues, no, because I'm asked about it on the last one. I want to go ahead and.
Sure. No, and I think it's probably because that has just been historically used for so many different types of uses as I mean, I don't know what we'd call it, but event center kind of, fits with that. I think everybody has just known that. Everybody in the neighborhood has known that that's what's there. And so over the years, it's been a variety of different activities at different times of the week, different months that may generate more traffic than others, and has historically been used also for overflow parking for other nearby uses as well. And we have not received complaints for this property. Yes, sir.
Mr. Looney, I see that the Planning Commission approved this 7-2. Yes. The two in opposition, were they in opposition to the rezoning in general, or were they in opposition to it being CO?
I believe they were a little bit more aligned with perhaps some of the folks who will be speaking in opposition. And I apologize for not remembering exactly, and I think that perhaps some of the folks in opposition are even opposed to the CO, and so those commissioners maybe align themselves more with the folks in opposition within 200 feet.
Okay.
Any other questions of staff? Okay, so, no, go ahead, if you've got one, go ahead. Okay. Okay, so this is a public hearing, unless the applicant's given a presentation, Mr. Lenny. I don't know, you would tell us. So if the applicant has a presentation, the applicant can do such, then we'll open up to a public hearing.
Matthew Hoyt, 444 West Edgewater Terrace. My presentation's only about 10 minutes longer than the previous hearing, so thank you tonight, and thank you, Mr. Looney, for that. And just a little clarification, I don't remember, I couldn't see, but I think it might have been Councilman Hurta was asking about the two planning commissioners who voted in opposition. If I remember correctly, they both vocalized that they were in support of CO. I'll get into that briefly, but okay. So this is the oldest picture that I can find of the original Eagles Hall. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that anymore. Ideally, with the right grants, the right partners, and enough time, we can get it to look something like this again. That's why we're here tonight. So here are the goals. I'm not going to read all these slides, but I'm going to read this one. To save the hall, to restore, refurbish the building through partnerships, grants, credits, to find a tenant who can, within C1A zoning, help us make improvements to put the hall to use to prevent further deterioration of the hall. And it is deteriorating. To work towards restoration and to fulfill missions of Envision New Braunfels. I'm not going to read these next slides. I'm just going to identify a few to y'all that I pulled out. And I left out the ones that I didn't think applied. Growth and future land use goals. Urban design and cultural heritage and historic preservation goals. Parks, recreation, open space goals. Economic competitiveness goals. So, excuse me, for the neighbor outreach efforts, walked door to door, met with the neighbors, outreach on Facebook and through mutual friends and phone calls, city mailed letters, zoning signs posted, and my own personal letters sent notifying of neighborhood meeting. Here are the addresses we have associated with the addresses within 200 feet. Here's a sample letter. I just took out the name and address, but this is the letter we sent out. And if you see the most important, I would say paragraph is the third paragraph. That says, if you're not available to meet with us on Saturday, I'm happy to meet anytime with anyone. For our turnout we had on Saturday, we mailed letters to 23 neighbors, 2 attended, 2 others from one home were willing to meet a few weeks prior and have since removed their objection. Why C1A? This is one that grandfathers the most consistent uses. It's created as a neighborhood district and consistent with most other commercial zoning in the area. And when we talk about grant applications, which are probably going to be important to this process, it would be insincere to apply for a grant and then keep it R2 or something that the public couldn't utilize. The historic nature of this hall as a dance hall isn't recognized in R2 and some of the other light commercial zoning. This is the lightest it's allowed in. It's called bar tavern. It's the most common in these uses for C1A, which is the lightest I could go. I actually considered C2 and some others that I thought might be a little more aggressive, but I thought this might be more palatable, not only to council, but to the neighborhood. So you can see just a map of some of the other C1s. Of course, this is C1A. And here's another picture I was able to find, the hall being used as a dance hall or social gathering. Pretty neat picture. So right now, this is zoned R2 for duplexes and single-family homes. I do not want to see this building torn down and turned into 12 duplexes. This property has been used for, among other purposes, a dance hall, a bar, a concert venue, a dance facility, dance lessons, an assembly venue, poker room, a bingo hall, and for parking. Approving this request is a step towards codifying these uses. My hope is over time, we're fortunate in and around this community to have so many businesses that inhabit old buildings to help ensure their preservation for years and generations to come. Sanger Hall, Green Hall, Myron's, the Phoenix, the Brontex, Mosey's, Fisher Hall, just to name a few. What do they have in common? They're all appropriately zoned. My hope is that over time we can preserve, rehabilitate, restore, and reconstruct the parts of this hall to bring it back to its original glory. This will take time, research partners, and investment. To be clear, this will not happen overnight or even in the next 2 years, but it begins tonight with rezoning this property. Now, a few other comments I'll get out in front of, questions about C1A. I understand if there is some concern about C1A as it pertains to an oil change shop or something of that nature. And I agree with it, except to say that this is a historic building. And I think I understand where the nature of some of this concern comes from, because the CAD has this listed as a concrete foundation. It is not. It is pier and beam. You cannot put a car on that, in that hall. It will fall through. And it is a historic hall. So tearing it down would take quite a process. So if, for instance, this zoning gets redefined in the next year or two, what would have to happen is I would somehow have to get, the steps that would have to be taken to put an oil change shop on there would be insurmountable in that amount of time, and probably even beyond that. In terms of the fuel sales, the Retreat Day Spa, y'all know where that is, NC's, and then the Food Basket all had fuel sales at one point or another. Those have much better frontage than I do, and if fuel sales worked in that area, one of them would have kept it. I'm here for any questions about C1A or about the hall. And if you haven't had a chance to come look at it, I encourage you to. It's really, it's got some pretty neat bones to it. Thank you for your time, and I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hoyt. Any questions for Mr. Hoyt from council? Okay, this is a public hearing. Open up to public hearing. Just to clarify the process, those opposed have a maximum of 30 minutes in total. Those in favor have a maximum of 30 minutes in total. We'll start out first with those in opposition within the 200-foot notification area. So the first group is up. If you're within the 200-foot notification area, you're in opposition, this is your opportunity to speak. If you would, please state your name and address, and also if you know your number on the map, that's helpful as well. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chad Hunter. I'm at 325 East South Street, number 18 on the board. Matt, if you need you might have a client, roastery or something we could put in there. I'm just throwing it out there. Got to know Matt a little bit over the weekend. There's been some back and forth. Understand the P&Z Commission recommended CO last time. It went ahead and got approved to C1A for y'all's recommendation today. Really, I'm thinking about the future for this property. God forsake, Matt sells it and turns it into another developer. The reason I'm recommending CO is that protects us as a community. Obviously, from the map, the plan view is this property is surrounded by residential properties. Not to say that this building on there is a historical building and I want to see it renovated and I want to see it done the right way, but approving the CO option and using a SUP or special use permit for any of those other items in C1A that he wants to do, I'm open for that. But just leaving it blanketed right now as C1A with different options. I know Matt and I have talked about it, but just those options that are on C1A right now are just unrealistic for the neighborhood. I got 2 little kids. I don't need, and I've told Matt this before, I don't need a pawn shop over here on the corner of my street. There's a variety of different options, Jiffy Lube, whatever. We talked through the foundations, but that CO really protects us as the community and the neighborhood. I want to see this building renovated and turned into something cool, like an office space, maybe a coffee shop or something like that, but something cool for this building. God forsake, as Matt sells it, it's C1A classified, a big developer comes in here and has hundreds of options to do whatever they want with that property. I understand they'll have to go through the historic commission and get the blessing on that building itself. But this property's block to block. It's about an acre. Who's to say they can't build something else on that other corner? So I just want y'all to take that in consideration. Again, I know it's going to change from R2. I'm just recommending to follow with the planning commissions to go to CO and then also issue a special use permit for whatever he decides or tenants that he brings in at that time. Once he does that, depending on that specific classification, I would be for that. Obviously, the community has to be aware of what's going to go on there, but I would like to see Old Eagles Hall get renovated into some type of office building. Ultimately, I would love City of New Braunfels to buy that piece of property back for Matt, and then y'all put an office there or something cool that we know y'all are going to take care of for many years to come. So that's all I got. Any questions?
Mr. Hunter, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So originally, from the Planning Commission meeting, I believe you were for C1A. Let me quote you here. Regarding recommendation of CO, that's not the reason why we're here. We're here for C1A. Now, this is news to me looking at the documents that are presented in front of you. I feel that's not fair to the public, especially the neighbors in this area, to even talk about that today. Did you just change your mind to CO?
Didn't have the information to make a proper judgment. So that was fair
Okay.
at the moment in the middle of this meeting, like we're talking right now, is just, oh no, we're just going to go CO. And it's like, well, that was the public notice with C1A. That's what we came here to talk about today. But
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Looney, question. CO allows multifamily?
I need to look that up. I believe it does.
It does.
Yes.
It does. So that's my rub there. Multifamily is a little bit of a hot topic right now in this community, and I'm reluctant to change this to a CO. So thank you, though.
Any questions?
No, thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
Public hearing still open. Anybody inside the 200-foot notification area in opposition? Okay, seeing none. Anybody outside the 200-foot notification area in opposition? Okay, seeing none. Anybody inside the 200-foot notification area in favor? Okay, seeing none. Anybody outside the 200-foot notification area in favor?
I'm here for another item. James Mahan, 173 Oak Canopy Court. And I just wanted to say that I would be in favor of this zoning for the exact reason that Councilman Herta just said, is that when I was at the planning meeting previously, there was a lot of talks moving this to CO. I know what's in CO, and CO would allow, I believe, like 28 multifamily units on this property. And I think that it would allow a density or a height of 75 feet or so, which, in my opinion, the future residents would probably be more against that than they would be anything that's in that C1A. So that's all I wanted to say.
Last opportunity for anybody to speak in favor of this outside the 200-foot notification area. Or anybody like to speak on this topic at all, just in case they missed that opportunity? Okay, in that case, we'll close public hearing. Council?
Move for approval as C1A.
Second. Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Herta, a second by Councilmember Campos. Okay.
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Herta.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
And Mayor Brockman is not present.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. On to the next agenda item.
Mayor Pro Tem, can I interrupt you real quick?
Yes, sir.
On the last vote on the SUP 22-221, item B, Yeah, coffee. I'd like to submit a motion to rescind my vote.
Defer to City Attorney on process of Robert's Rules of Order.
So we do have an ordinance that would allow a motion to rescind a prior action that hasn't been acted upon. Since we're still at the same meeting, it does not have to be made like a motion to reconsider. Unlike a motion to reconsider, it doesn't have to be made by a member of the prevailing side. So the council member is raising a point of order. And ultimately, the decision can be made by the council. There has to be 2/3 vote in favor of rescinding the prior motion. We'd have to read in what that prior motion was for that agenda item, and then if there's, after discussion or debate, if there's a motion and a second for that, then you have to have 2/3 vote of the governing body. So that would be, I guess, like,
4.
yeah, majority.
Just a point of clarification, and forgive me, if that goes through that process, that's to rescind the vote, and then it would be another agenda item, or the body takes action again on the vote?
You know, you could either consider it this evening or ask that it be placed on an agenda for the next meeting as a motion to reconsider or rescind, depending on who's making the motion.
I don't want to speak for Councilmember Spradley. My only concern is if you choose to take that action, that's your right to take. But speaking for myself, I don't believe it's fair to take action. Not if you choose to rescind and it passes, that's one thing. But I don't think it's fair to take action or functionally do the vote again because the people that are involved on both sides of the aisle have left. So in the spirit of transparency and fairness, if in fact you choose to bring that up and it passes, I would just ask that we consider that it be, I may be using the wrong legal term, deferred or brought up at the next meeting, but not now because the parties that were involved in this appear to have left council chambers.
Yeah, so if that's the way you just end up deciding to go with this item, you can rescind the motion made. I don't remember if it was seconded or not. And you reserve the right to place it on an agenda for the next council meeting. It'll be posted as a motion to rescind the last action of the council on agenda item B. That would give the members of the public that were here in addressing the Mayor Pro Tem's concern notice that it's going to be on an agenda. It's not required because we're at the same meeting. The fact that they left, they did not anticipate a motion to rescind.
I'm going to tell you why. The reason why is because there was a petition that was going around, right? And 149 people or whatever it was, right? I had to recognize that. But I'm not sure the petition was legal or vetted or whatever the case is.
Well,
So I'd just like another opportunity to have that entire item reviewed by the council again.
I just say, if Councilmember Spradley chooses to go through some parliamentary process to do such, I'm not opposing that. I'm only saying just for myself, rescinding that is one thing, but I don't want to speak only for myself, action to vote on an affirmative action on that without the people here. Not the rescinding it if that's what you choose to do and it passes, but then moving on and putting it back on tonight and voting on up or down on the actual use, not the rescission. That's even a word here.
you're just suggesting or requesting that it be put on the next agenda?
If that's what Councilmember Spradley's wish is. I don't want to speak for him. I was just sharing my concern about taking action on something when the parties have all left. I just don't think that that's probably the best practice.
I don't have any concern taking action tonight. Everybody said exactly what they've come to say. We have all the information that we need to make a decision.
Won't change the information, right?
And that's the choice of Councilor. I'm just speaking my opinion,
fine.
just like with all due respect to Councilmember Campos has his.
I'll second Councilmember Spradley's motion.
Okay, for the sake of this, could you just state the motion again so I think we can understand?
I would like to rescind my vote on SUP 22-22-1 made on item agenda B.
Okay,
I second.
Okay, so just to clarify the motion. Sorry? Okay, but just to clarify, for procedural purposes, the motion by Councilmember Spradley is to rescind our action on item B, which was 22-1183, seconded by Councilmember Campos. Is that correct? I just want to make sure for procedural pieces, we've got that. Okay. Okay, Ms. Wilkinson, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers. Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Hurta.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
And Mayor Brockman is not present.
Okay, so just to clarify, what just passed was a motion to rescind the previous vote, correct?
Correct.
Correct, okay. Just want to clarify for the audience and everybody else, since this is Okay.
I would like to make a motion to approve item B. Is it B?
It's 3B, right?
Yes.
3B was that item, if that's the same item referring to.
And I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Campos to approve item 3B with staff recommendations.
Staff recommendations?
And I believe seconded by Councilmember Blakey. Okay. Ms. Wilkinson, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos?
Aye.
Councilmember Wells?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers?
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley?
Aye.
Councilmember Herda?
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey?
Aye.
Mayor Brockman is not present.
Okay, so item 3B passes 6-0. Is that correct, Ms. Acevedo? Yeah, okay, thank you. Moving on to item 3D. Discuss and consider the first reading of an ordinance to create section 136-153 to reduce the speed limit within the Park Ridge Estates subdivision. And I apologize for the interruption, just a point of order or clarification. Anybody watching this, an ordinance takes 2 readings, correct, Ms. Acevedo? So if anybody has any concerns, pro or con to the previous action taken, just a point of clarification, all ordinances, not just this, but all ordinances require 2 readings. So this will be on the agenda for the next meeting for a second reading, the item we just finished. Okay, just wanted to do point of clarification. Okay, thank you. Mr. Ford, sorry the interruption.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Bowers. Again, this item was postponed for the September 12th meeting to this evening. And the request came from the Park Ridge Estates HOA, and the request was to lower the speed limit to 20 miles per hour in the Park Ridge Estates subdivision. And it's part of a larger request that included all-way stops and speed humps in the neighborhood. One-way all-way stop was warranted and installed, and then speeds and volumes did not meet the speed hump policy criteria. So again, a quick review on setting speed limits in the city. State traffic laws shall be applicable upon all streets. So the state sets the urban street at 30 miles an hour, an alley at 15 miles an hour, and a traffic study is required in order to make this change. City Council may lower the speed limit without support of a traffic study to as low as 25 miles per hour, but not lower. Speed limit traffic studies, again, they're set on the 85th percentile method. That speed most drivers travel at or below, and it does assume drivers are reasonable and prudent. But other factors are considered, including roadway width, curves, school crossings and sidewalks, also crash history, adjacent land use, and traffic activity. Speed limit recommendations, again, as engineers, we base that on established criteria and data. We want to make sure the speed limit's set, that it's respected and obeyed by motorists, and it's also reasonable for law enforcement to enforce. Ultimately, drivers are responsible to drive the conditions of the roadway, either weather, activity, construction, or other factors. Speed limit request. Residents often request lower speed limits in new subdivisions with the expectation that it will lower speeds. However, there are no significant changes. Typically, there's no significant changes in speeds following a revised speed limit, either up or down. Changes to speed require education, enforcement, and also street network design. In most cases, speeding concerns are not supported by data. A lot of it's perceived. And then finally, speeds different from state law require signs posted on every street or an area and are difficult to enforce. If they're a similar speed limit, similar roadway, and our law enforcement will need to know the difference. Regarding speeds and our city transportation plan, we're in the process of starting our city transportation plan that was approved in the fiscal year 23 budget. As part of the plan, what we want to do is focus on a couple of things, really identify to evaluating local streets and the requests that we get for lower speed limits and traffic safety in general. There's a couple of things. The second bullet's complete streets policy to make sure that we're designing streets and roads for all users, not only vehicles, but pedestrians and cyclists. And then the Vision Zero action plan. Again, designing safer streets and developing a comprehensive neighborhood traffic management policy instead of a speed hump policy. That way we can look at other factors or other options to help promote safety in some of the local streets. We also want to set uniform speed limit setting, because what we do and what we decide on this evening can be applied to just about every residential subdivision in our city. We want to take a look at urban street, pedestrian, bicycle design, and then obviously incorporate our thoroughfare plan update with the overall transportation plan. We anticipate to get this going in early next year, next calendar year. So back to the request. Again, it was requested by the HOA to lower the speed limit in the subdivision. Here's the subdivision. This was a relatively newer subdivision off of County Line Road. So it's Park Ridge Estates, and you see that highlighted there in yellow. This one was designed by a development engineer, and you see a traffic impact study that was put together that did not identify necessarily any traffic mitigations, either traffic calming or always stops or anything like that on these streets. You do also notice what we consider long streets, long block length. In fact, these block lengths do not meet the current requirements at this time. So this development's what we call a planned development. So those were approved based on a previously approved subdivision before 2014. So again, right now our block length is 1,200, and these block lengths are roughly about 2,000 feet. There's two of them, what we call super blocks. So again, that's kind of part of the perception as laying out this street network for long blocks. Got locked up. I think it's just my presentation. So as part of the evaluation, again, city staff spent a lot of time in this neighborhood evaluating a number of requests. So regarding the subdivision, there's a posted 30 miles an hour speed limit on Bishop's Moat from County Line Road. So County Line Road is 35 miles an hour. When you turn on Bishop's Moat, it changes to 30 miles an hour. So that is the entrance of the subdivision. Regarding the crash history in the last 3 years, there's 4 reported crashes. 1 was speed related. The roadway are standard 30-foot local streets, curb to curb. It does include 4-foot sidewalks and driveways. And we collected data on 3 of the major streets. Flintshire Drive, which is along the street, the average daily traffic was a little under 800, and the 85th percentile speed was 26 miles an hour. Truman's Hill, again, 428 vehicles per day, 85th percentile speed, 26 miles per hour. And then Sheridan Park, average daily traffic of 386 vehicles per day, and the 85th percentile, 25 miles per hour. So this was collected in November of last year as part of the other request. And again, we're continuing and using that data for the speed limit request. So the recommendation is from staff is to maintain the 30 mile an hour posted speed limit. The Transportation and Traffic Advisory Board also recommend to maintain the 30 mile an hour posted speed limit. So again, that was voted on unanimously. So again, City Council may lower speed limit not to the requested 20, but to as low as 25 miles an hour without the support of a traffic study. And with that, I'll be willing to answer any questions.
Mr. Ford, it sounds like they're already driving 25 miles an hour.
Colleagues, any other questions for Mr. Ford? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'll open this up to a public hearing.
My name is Victoria Hahn. I live at 2227 Flintshire Drive. I'm the HOA president of the Park Ridge Estates community, and I speak in behalf of our community. We had, besides the accidents that been recorded, we also had a pet that got hit by a car and died within the last year, as well as another animal that got hit by a car going under the speed limit of 30 miles per hour, and that animal had to go to a vet ER as well. So we are requesting, because we are concerned about the safety of our children, we have County Line Elementary School right down the road, and all the kids go down our street and Truman's Hill to go home, and the cars are just speeding through our neighborhood. And we're just really concerned about the safety of our children, especially when they go to visit their friend's house across the street, and you just cannot see. When you come down the street, you cannot see when there's a kid coming out behind a car. You cannot react as fast. So ideally, we would like to have 20 miles per hour speed limit, but I understand that you guys cannot do that. But with a 25 miles per hour speed limit, that would also cut down the brake distance in half for a car to brake when they see someone running out in the street. And I think that would save a lot of lives too, if it ever comes to that instance of a child running out on the street, which is happening because kids, they just go from house to house to visit their friends across the street. So, yeah, thank you. Oh, also, as you saw the traffic study that was done, you saw that was under, that 85% of the cars go under 26 miles per hour, and the Texas Transportation Code section 545.351 requests a maximum speed requirement, which would be considered with the 25 miles per hour, because most cars go that speed limit, but for us it's the concern about all the cars that come out from other communities that go through our streets that do not go that speed limit. So we request it to be lower. So if there's police force there, they can take it, just pull them over and say, hey, you cannot drive this fast. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else would like to speak in favor?
Hello. So my name is Veronica Bradley. I live at 2155 Truman's Hill. So the graph that they showed with all the neighborhoods, what I think everyone's failing to recognize is that it goes downhill. So naturally people are accelerating. So if you're coming onto our street at 30 miles per hour and you're going down, like people are constantly speeding down our roads. I have an elementary school child and I have a high schooler, and I don't even let them play outside in the front yard. When we are outside with our children, when they are playing, people are constantly speeding. We're there whistling, waving at them. And while I appreciate y'all's traffic study, what we observe, because we live there, is while cars are driving up and down and they see this line and they're like, naturally they're going to slow down, like, what's this line? And they go over it, right? So I don't think it's accurate. That's my opinion, because we live there. We've been there for 3 years. We see it every day. I've submitted camera footage to our HOA. I've called the non-emergent line, letting them know there was a certain car speeding. That subdivision was developed in 2017. The home, I think last year they finally closed out the subdivision, so it's a full subdivision. And it is a long strip. People are constantly speeding, which is why we're here. We just, you are probably thinking, what's 5 miles? And I think that's just going to have people realize that it is a different speed limit from Walnut and County Line, and they just have to recognize that and slow down. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your time this evening, and I appreciate your long hours. We are all, as I'm sure, no more than you, anxious to get home, but thank you for your patience. Ryan Beasley, 2214 Truman's Hill. I do share the opinions of those who have spoken this evening. A couple of things I wanted to point out. The neighborhood of Park Ridge Estates has several floor plans that are quite large, many of them having 4 or 5 bedrooms. And so as you can imagine, with a lot of families and that many bedrooms come a lot of vehicles. And that's part of what we're dealing with, is that we have a lot of families, we have a lot of vehicles, we have a lot of vehicles parked on the street, which makes that even much more of an encumbrance when people are driving quickly through the neighborhood and there are children and animals and moms walking babies throughout the neighborhood, that it becomes that much more of an issue when the streets are that much more narrowed by all the cars. So that's one thing that makes it a little bit more impactful for us. One of the things that staff did mention was that I think he referred to these streets as super blocks. I think that's a tremendous way to describe our streets. They are super long, super blocks. They are very straight, very long, and up until recently, there was no stop signs. And as one of the other ladies mentioned, the street goes like this. If I could get your eyes quickly, this is the top of the community where you drive in, and this is the street shape. So even if you did not have your foot on the accelerator, you could easily go 35 miles an hour by just the organic nature of the movement of the car. So that does not help the super block that our community is on. I will finish with also sharing with the speed test. I think we can all agree that when we're driving and we see the police officers, this is your speed sign thing, what do? We make sure that we slow down. I would say that similarly, when people see this hardware on the side of the road and these lines going across the road, they're going to slow down. I think that's probably easily assumption that we could probably come to quite easily. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, all. My name is Christian Wolf. I live at 2226 Flintshire, so I'm also a resident in the community. I've been there 3.5 years, and it was interesting to see the data that there have been 4 accidents in 3 years, and the community is roughly that old. So that's actually kind of an interesting dynamic that there are a lot of accidents in such a short amount of time. And actually, some of them are pretty dramatic, where the axle was ripped off one of the vehicles and hit a garage door of a house there. So it's a lot of speed. There's a lot of energy there. To anything we can do to slow it down, that's our concern. The streets are long and straight, and just another piece of information that the other residents haven't provided. We have connectors that go to other communities. So I think when you're in your own community, you take care to drive slow. I personally come from another state where 25 was residential type stuff. I was kind of blown away that 30 was the norm for Texas. And how do you drive 30? But I guess that's legal to do. I drive slow. I think a lot of our neighbors in the neighborhood would drive slow. You kind of take care of it. We have a lot of influx from people using our super block as a connector to other neighborhoods deeper back away from County Line Road, or as another way to circumvent traffic in the area. So I think where I would challenge is some of that data of the traffic might be a little skewed to residents actually maintaining their speed limit, but not really taking into account those who are not living on those streets actually doing more of the speeding. You tend to take care of what's yours. If you're in a different neighborhood, it's just a weird phenomenon. You just don't think about it as much, or don't take care of it. So just wanted to add that, and just thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry. My name is Carolina Kuhn, and I live at 1102 Morning Glory Circle. I do not live in the Park Ridge Estates, but I do have family members and friends that do reside there. And in my personal opinion, there has to be some kind of speed limit in there that's lower than what they have now. Like they were saying, the streets are straight. There are huge families that live in these homes. I personally can vouch for my mother and my sister. They live in one house and they've got 4 cars. So 2 are in the driveway and 2 are on the street, unfortunately. Up and down Flintshire, where they live at, that's exactly where my mother and my sister live at. So stating what I have personally seen as a person not living in the community, getting out of my vehicle a couple of times, I was almost hit, and I'm looking out, and I can't even imagine how people that live there with their children are not scared. I mean, I was worried, and I live in a very controlled community, and I told him, I said, man, that's what you moved out of, my community, to come over here to something that you might come out and get hit. So, I can see their concerns, and I personally, as an outsider coming in, other people do not monitor the speed limits. They don't pay attention because they don't live in the community, but these families do, and so does my family. So I am for the speed limits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else like to speak on this topic? Regardless. Okay, sir, bear with me. You spoke already, right? Did
Yes,
you
I'm
speak?
sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. I could give you time if we have it, but let me make sure there's nobody else, because if we have anybody who wants to speak twice, we always make sure everybody has the opportunity to speak once.
Absolutely.
So bear with me. Does anybody else wish to speak on this topic? Okay, sir, please come back up.
Thank you again. I'll be brief. One of the things that staff mentioned in his report that lowering the speed limit did not show, the data does not show that it has a significant impact. And I would just like to argue that all of us here have kids in the neighborhood, and even an insignificant impact, I will take any day of the week. So thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Okay. See no other citizens wanting to speak on this item, we'll close the public hearing. Council, take any direction from council or questions for staff?
I got a question for staff. Quick comment, real quick. Hold tight. For the residents, I was in your seat or in your position a little over a decade ago. I commend you for stepping up and talking about this, because I did it and I was alone. So thank you. For staff, you know I'm a cyclist. My girls have a daycare right around the corner. I ride my bike with a trailer, go pick them up. We come back down this road and we're hauling the mail because all the way down this road because it is a downhill. And so clarify with me the process y'all went through on stop signs, because there's a stop sign at these. And the reason I ask that is because the two previous items that came up tonight was at the P&Z. There's also another subdivision where I learned about super blocks, and they were using certain ways to mitigate that in the design with using stop signs and cross streets and what have you. What have y'all looked at other than a speed limit sign with stop signs?
When we did the evaluation, there's one intersection that actually warranted an all-way stop. And really what that means is that traffic on both approaches is approximately equal, or about 60-40. That way there's an expectation for the drivers to stop. So they're not driving to an intersection and not seeing anybody at all stopping. And then typically what that happens is you have a compliance issue. So then they usually roll that stop sign, or people are just on it, a driver's doesn't expect to stop sign that area because, again, it's not normal. So you actually create more of a safety issue by installing the stop sign that's not warranted versus, a speeding problem that may or may not be real. Let me put it that way. The challenge for this neighborhood is really in the subdivision layout, right? So when you have blocks that are shorter, then those allow you to really design the neighborhood to appropriately approach four-way intersections with stop signs, every other approach. That way there's an expectation when you design an overall subdivision. So that's really the goal, and that's kind of what I mentioned when you talk about speed limits, is really having an appropriate block length, appropriate street network. That way there's an expectation for people to stop. There's additional ways for people to get through the neighborhood versus only one or two connections to one long street. Then you have a lot of more vehicles on this local street, but then there's also that long block that, again, there's going to be speeders that go over 30, no matter what street you're on. But there's also kind of a perceived, because you can see that vehicle coming long ways coming through the neighborhood, and it's, so that perception is there on about those vehicles speeding, right? I do want to make a point on how we collect data in some of the residential neighborhoods. Typically, we do kind of a stealth counter. And what that is probably the size of a notebook, and we usually attach that to a light pole or anything like that. That way, again, most drivers aren't unaware that we're actually collecting the data. So we work with our police department. We also work with our traffic counter that we contract out to make sure that for neighborhoods just like that, neighborhood streets, we're not doing kind of a tube count where it's visible. It's actually hidden. But to your point, again, it goes back to subdivision design. And that's something that when I mention about our transportation plan, is that we recognize that this is a concern for residents. This isn't the only one that you'll hear. This is a common request, is how do we approach that? Either, changing the design, or even with an existing neighborhood, are there things that we can actually implement and test and pilot to see if it's actually making a difference. So those are the items that we want to work on. This area here, there's a lot of residential areas, and they're all 30 miles an hour, right? So if council decides to make this change, then, you know, what are really the parameters? Because this street is really kind of similar to Dove Crossing and to Jarrett and to Sun, you know, so it's a similar street in the entire neighborhood. So again, we have to be careful. Otherwise, we're, you know, posting different signs on where the data is actually showing, you know, that there's not a speeding problem that's shown on the data. So again, back to your question, Councilman Willis, it goes back to some of the street design aspect of it.
And we've learned from it, right?
Yeah, yes, but again, you know, we still have a 1,200-foot block, so that's something that when we're doing the code amendments, that we definitely want to incorporate shorter block lengths, similar to what we've implemented in Veramendi, and also with the Mayfair development. Through those development green, we have 550 or 750 block lengths versus right now it's 1,200, you know, block lengths, which is excessive in my opinion.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Mr. Ford, bear with me one second. I want to make one comment, then I want to ask you a question on that part. But to all our constituents here today, including our younger constituents that are with us today, first and foremost, thank you all. I know some people said thank us, right? But thank you all for being with us at almost 11 o'clock at night on a school night and things like that. So I would like to say, regardless of the outcome of this process, know that it's important to always come to, you know, your elected officials and share your concerns, regardless of that at any age. So wanted to say that to our younger constituents and also compliment their parents on how well they're behaved, especially as long as you all have been here. Mr. Ford, I think what I hear here is, and this is common in our community, and it's not an excuse, it's common that there's a perception of speed. In this case, the data doesn't support it. Now, that's only a sample in time, and that's understandable. It's a sample in time, and we know there's speeders. That 85th percentile is what we use, but we know there's people that are below and above it, right? And it doesn't discount that. I think what I hear on this street, and I drove through there a little bit, but it's fairly narrow, it's fairly congested with cars on there, which further exacerbates the problem of the length of the roadway and then the topography also. So it has a lot of challenges in relation to that, and people are trying to have their children safely play in the yards and things like this and go visit their neighbors, and I hear the concern. I want to make it abundantly clear we hear it. Sometimes what we try to do with roadways is narrow them, because the research and literature shows us that if you narrow the roadway, people will slow down. It's just psychological. However, in this case, and I'm not the traffic engineer, but just taking a drive through there myself, it seems fairly narrow. Then you add the cars, there's really no way to narrow that roadway down. So, you know, I don't have any solutions either, but what I would ask is, you mentioned Dove Crossing. Now, Dove Crossing obviously is a much wider arterial than this neighborhood street. Right. And I definitely understand that Bentwood and Hazelwood and some of those other streets over there whose names escape me right this moment are long as well, but they do have some stops, probably shorter than 1,200 feet. When you hit, I guess it's, Jared's further down, but what is it? Jared and the other one, I apologize. But the point I'm asking is, are there any other creative measures? I know this isn't traditional traffic calming, right? Because we don't have people speeding. There's our speeders, but this is not a situation where it's over that. But is there anything else in our toolbox that we have to try to address their concern, which is real, but is not technically speeding? It's it appears to me as a line of sight issue. It's a congested roadway. It's a long roadway. They're all legitimate concerns, but is there anything else we have in our toolbox? I know we don't typically do speed humps, because we're not trying to, this is not about speed, I get it, right? But is there anything else, you're very gifted at what you do, is there anything else you can bring to us to say, look, there's some type of relief we could offer, even though it's not reduction in speed?
Yeah, there is, and that's really part of what we want to do as part of our Vision Zero neighborhood traffic management program, is to really develop a number of options instead of just straight up speed humps, yes or no. Again, it's coming back to, you know, do we do curb extensions, you know, a different color? Do we do some sort of delineators similar to kind of what we're piloting on San Antonio Street? Are those effective? We did something, for example, on Ohio Avenue going to the high school. That proven to be effective, and that was just really painting some curb extensions to focus, you know, folks in the area. Again, those are treatments that we can do at certain intersections, but I think what we want to do is develop a program that we can implement or at least pilot citywide, and get a good feel. That way it's data-driven, right? That way we can implement this and see what impact we're actually having on the neighborhood based on these certain treatments, and seeing what we can do, because, you know, again, you have the residents here. It's a concern for them that they showed up here this evening that, you know, we want to be sensitive to. So we want to provide some different options that we can test, pilot, and it's the first step. With that being said, a big part too is education. You know, making sure Have we sent newsletters to the HOA, to all the different property owners? Are we having a good campaign with the community on speeding and residential speeds and what's it appropriate? Do we have targeted enforcement? Do we actually have targeted enforcement in this area first? And then do we come back to some of the engineering type of solutions or pilot programs? So again, it's an overall program that our goal is really to tackle and to really come up with a good program here this next
Is there
year.
any curiosity, not to belabor this topic, but I think it's important what you're speaking of, and I know we have people who have been sitting here a long time to try to address this. Are there ways to put stop signs on a street minus having an intersection? In other words, are there places where you see stop sign? Because I know they're not speeding, but the issue I gather is, there are some people speeding, but the issue is the amount of traffic in the long distance, right? But not breaking that traffic up, right? Are there any places we have where that the Uniform Traffic Code allows to use stop signs where there's not an intersection?
That's kind of traffic engineering 101. The first thing they teach you in college is stop signs shall not be used for speed control. Because really what you're doing is you're creating a scenario where people are going to run the stop sign, and that's actually be more unsafe than somebody speeding down the road. So if somebody's blowing through the stop sign where there's a pedestrian that has that expectation that they're crossing, then you're really creating a dangerous scenario there. And then that's very clear in our criteria. So then if we arbitrarily install a stop sign, slow somebody down, somebody does die, then we are responsible for that.
Thank you for reminding me of why I didn't major in engineering.
Exactly. Versus if somebody's speeding, and like I mentioned, then that driver is responsible for their speed and the activity of the roadway. So then that liability is with the driver. Versus if the city installs an unwarranted stop sign, then the city is liable for that. So again, there's other options that we would recommend as engineers to put in place versus just throwing it. Otherwise, it's easy. Our job's really, but then we'll have stop signs at every single intersection.
No, I thank you for the reminder about that. I'm sorry? Ma'am, hold on one second. I don't mean to be disrespectful. Ms.
Mayor, as a presiding officer, you can make the decision.
Okay, Ms. Wilkinson,
on how you
we
wanna
didn't use
handle
30 minutes on that. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Ma'am, please come to the podium.
For your consideration. So as you probably already recognize, I'm not from here. I'm from Germany, actually. And in Germany, when we have problems like that, a lot of times we have dedicated play areas on streets where the street goes up a little bit like a speed bump, but it's on a longer stretch and it's a different color than the normal street. And they have signs, of course, in front of it that it's a dedicated play zone. So the drivers are not allowed to go above 5 kilometers an hour, or 7 kilometers an hour, it's like 5 miles per hour. So I don't know how that would affect the traffic in this country, but that might be something to consider.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you so much.
No, you're very welcome. Please. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and what we call here is a speed table. So it is a rise in the intersection, either at a crossing or an intersection. So that is one of the tools in the toolbox that we can consider in some of the neighborhoods. And that's something that we definitely want to evaluate and see if we can incorporate in some of the residential areas, at least maybe incorporate and do a pilot and see if that actually has impact on that. But that is an option. I wouldn't recommend us establishing play areas on streets here in the States. So definitely discourage anybody from playing in the street.
Yes. And I fully realize today we don't allow a street to be designed this way. I mean, but unfortunately we're dealing with the past and it is what it is. I just ask, and I don't want to labor this anymore for me, but other people may have comments, is that if we're looking for test areas of town and, communities and things like that you mentioned, to maybe pilot some creative solutions, that we definitely keep these folks in mind, regardless of the outcome of anything today, because it sounds like it could be a really possible opportunity as you look at creative solutions.
Most definitely. I think we can continue to work with the HOA and come up with some various options, give it a test, and kind of do some pilot and see kind of what the results are and report back. So I think that's definitely something that we can work on.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for your staff? Okay. Pleasure of council, I'll entertain a motion if one is given, or seeing no motion, the item dies for lack of a motion. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is agenda item. Discuss and consider the first reading of an ordinance to amend section 126-369 to create a loading zone on Jester Ridge near Flintshire Drive. Mr. Ford.
Okay, this is another request from the Park Ridge HOA for a loading zone on Jester Ridge. So again, the request was primarily due for resident vehicles parking in front of a mailbox on Jester Ridge, and then also vehicles parking in the intersection to access the mailbox. Park Ridge Estates HOA owns the adjacent lot, so it's a big, large drainage lot, actually. So here's a map aerial here of the mailbox, Jester Ridge, and the Flintshire intersection. And again, this is HOA maintained drainage easement there. So you see the vehicle here that is right on the border parked near the mailbox. We do have some photos. So as part of the evaluation, city staff conducted some field observations, and vehicles were observed to be parked near the mailbox, but necessarily blocking the mailbox. You do notice the one that's on the bottom right. However, the person taking the photo that's actually the vehicle of the person taking the photo there. So during our process, staff did not observe vehicles parking or blocking the mailbox or in the intersection to access the mailbox. But again, that was based on staff's observations. The mailbox location is really determined by the developer and the Postal Service approval. So again, that's where that location is. So the recommendation, staff does not recommend approval. Again, there was no observations of directly blocking or parking in the intersection. It was not verified. Also, with it being a drainage lot, there's sufficient room in the area to park along that street to access the mailbox. We understand some residents park near the mailbox. That was right across the street. So the Transportation Traffic Advisory Board did not approve the request on a vote from 4-2. And with that, I answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Any questions from council for staff? Okay, this is a public hearing. Anybody that would like to speak on this item, please come to the podium and state your name and address, please, for the record.
Victoria Hahn, 2227 Flintshire Drive, and I'm the HOA president of the Park Ridge Estates community. And in our last open board meeting, we had the request for a loading zone in that area because the residents had difficulty getting to their mailbox because we always have a Mississippi truck parked right in front of it. So, and when the Postal Service is loading the mailboxes, or if someone else is getting their mail at the mailboxes, there's not enough room to park behind it, so they have to walk a little further, and that was their concern. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else like to speak on this item? Okay. See no one else, we'll close the public hearing. Mr. Ford, can I ask just one question? Just to clarify, the images appear to show this, but there are sidewalks that are ADA accessible to the mailboxes, correct?
That's correct.
So if somebody who's mobility impaired, they'd have the ability to get on the sidewalk at some point. They'd be able to access that, right?
Right. You can actually see the ramp barely here, right here for them to
I thought that's what that was, but I wanted to double check, and so I appreciate it. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, at your HOA meeting, how many people, you said it was an open meeting, so it was open to the entire community. How many people asked for this? Thank you.
We hit quorum with 21 attendees, and out of 21, 3 people complained about it.
Thank you.
If there's no questions for staff, the public hearing's been closed. I'll take any direction from council. Okay, see no motion. The agenda item dies for lack of a motion. Moving on to item public hearing and first reading of an ordinance regarding a proposed rezoning of approximately 25.097 acres from APD, Agriculture Pre-Development District, to MUA Mixed-Use Low-Density District out of the R. Jimenez Survey Abstract Number 347, addressed at 409 Franks Road. Ms. Drew.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. We are here tonight to talk about the rezoning request at 409 Franks Road. Okay, doesn't seem to want to work. Can you advance the slide? It's maybe dead battery. That's not the right way.
That slide is haunting us.
It is. This is a aerial location map of Franks Road. It's off of Farm to Market 1044. And this is a site plan of the existing tract. It has several residential structures with several barns on it. And this is a photo of the existing tract. The property is zoned APD, and its use is APD in the front and single-family low-density residential toward the rear. And this is a map that shows the regional transportation plan and the future extensions of roadways for the area. The current zoning is APD, which supports agriculture, farm, and ranch uses. And the proposed zoning is MUA. This is a low-density mixed-use district, which allows a mixture of residential, retail, office, and uses in close proximity so people can live, work, and shop in the same location. And this proposed rezoning request is in keeping with Envision New Braunfels. It supports the 3 action items that are shown here. A notification map was sent to 8 people within 200 feet of the rezoning request, and to date we have no responses. Staff does recommend this rezoning request. We believe that it will support Envision New Braunfels and that it is appropriate for this location on 1044, and we're available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Any questions from council? Okay. This is a public hearing. Open up the public hearing. Anybody would like to speak anybody inside the 200-foot, anybody inside the 200-foot notification would like to speak in opposition first? Okay, anybody outside the 200-foot notification area that would like to speak in opposition? Okay, anybody inside the 200-foot notification area that would like to speak in favor?
James Mahan, 173 Oak Canopy Court. I'm not in the 200, I'm the applicant, and so I just wanted to let y'all know that I was here to answer any questions, and then to let you all know that this is actually the second time I've had this item on the council agenda. We previously had it on the agenda as a CO recommendation, which still fit in with the city's overall master plan for the area, but I think that Councilman Willis and Councilman Spradley had some concerns about the density that was associated with that. So we actually went back and changed that, went back through planning and zoning, received a unanimous approval at planning and zoning, and changed that back to the MUA zoning so that we could eliminate any of the concerns related to the high density aspect of it.
What do you plan on doing?
So we're still working through that right now. The adjacent, actually everything pretty much surrounding it is getting turned into single family residential, is what it's being turned into right now. We don't necessarily want to do that just because of the fact that it's already there, and we feel like that would just be a competing product for what's already there. So we haven't finalized a use yet. We are thinking some type of residential product, but like I said, we wanted to eliminate any concerns that council or any adjacent landowners might have relating to it being 3-story multifamily or anything like that, which is why we went to that MUA, which prohibited that.
Okay, so you're not doing apartments, you're not doing duplexes, you're not doing townhomes.
So we may consider something like a townhome product on the site, but if we did, it would be something that looked and feels like a single-family development. And once again, that may be for a portion of the site. It may be for all of it. It really kind of depends on if we can get any commercial interest at the front of the property. We're not at a lighted intersection, and we have pretty limited frontage on 1044 right now. And so I'm not sure how viable commercial is up there, but that is something we're exploring.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else inside the 200-foot notification area in favor? Anybody outside the 200-foot notification area in favor? Anybody who wants to speak on this topic that didn't already talk about it? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Pleasure of council.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion for approval by Councilmember Campos, seconded by Councilmember Herda. Ms. Wilkinson, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Wells.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradlin.
Aye.
Councilmember Herda.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
And Mayor Brockman is not present.
Okay, motion carries unanimously 6-0. Moving along, item G, public hearing and first reading of an ordinance regarding proposed rezoning of approximately .573 acres from M1 Light Industrial District to R2A, Single Family and Two Family District in the Starlight Terrace Subdivision, Unit 1, Block 1, Lot 9A, addressed at 1039 Sidell Street. Ms. Drew.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. This property is located on Sidell Street, which is off of North Live Oak Avenue, and it's adjacent to the HEB soccer fields. This neighborhood is, this is a site plan of the two lots involved and a photo of the home that's existing there. This property is zoned M1 industrial, and if you'll remember, in 2019, at the direction of council, we removed residential as an allowed use in industrial. So this entire neighborhood, which is full of residential homes, if anything happened to the home, if more than 75% of the home was damaged, they would not be able to rebuild. And so this tract is looking to maintain their residential nature, and they would like to be zoned from M1 to R2A. And the current zoning of M1 is appropriate for office retail, automotive uses, and light manufacturing. And R2A is more intended for single family and duplex use. This property is zoning this property to be R2 would be in keeping with Envision New Braunfels, and it would support the 3 action items that are shown here. And notification was provided to 8 surrounding properties. 1 was in favor, and property number 8 is an objection. And their letter of objection to me indicated they didn't understand that the residential use had been removed from M1, and they didn't understand why the property was being requested to be rezoned. And so staff is in support of this rezoning request because we feel that this is a residential neighborhood, and R2 is a good zoning district for the use of this property. And we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Drew.
Ms. Drew, is this a supermajority? No.
Pardon me?
Is this a supermajority? 31%? Am I reading this correctly?
Yes, it's a land area, so it will be, it is over 20% in objection because of the volume of land that property owner number 8 owns. It's the adjacent mobile home tract.
So the one property has thrown it into a supermajority. Okay.
Yes, it has.
I didn't see that in the, is it not in the notes here?
I believe that, yes, you're correct. It was not mentioned in the staff report, and it should have been. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Ms. Drew, do we have any obligation to let these people know that this is how they're zoned and see if they want to follow suit? Like, it seems like this would be more efficient if we did this for the whole neighborhood.
We had thought about that after the rezoning, but with the upcoming LDO, that will encompass a rezoning effort. And so it's very likely that as long as we meet with this neighborhood and they're in favor of being rezoned to R2A, this R2A is a very likely rezone for the entire neighborhood as part of that future land development ordinance option.
Okay, this is right down the street from my house, and it seems
It's a
Like,
very
it makes
nice
sense.
residential neighborhood.
This is a public hearing. So
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry. If council doesn't have any more questions for staff, I'll open up the public hearing. Anybody in the audience wishing to speak on this agenda item, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please. Thank you. And also, if you're in the notification area, please, in notification area, mention the number, please.
Good evening. My name is Laura Hanson. I am the property owner in question at 1039 Sidell Street. So my husband and I bought the house in 2020. In our appraisal documents, it was indicated that it was an R1 or R2. I don't have it with me, but that it was a legal dwelling. So we didn't know any different. My in-laws are elderly, and we thought we have a half-acre lot. It's 2 lots, but they're deeded together, that we would have the space to add an accessory dwelling unit so that they can age in place with us. And so I had inquired with the planning department as to what the sort of requirements are in the process to do something like that, and was told that my primary residence was non-conforming in a light industrial zone. I was kind of confused. So I have been going through this process because I want to help my neighbors to understand the potential risk involved. I know that the city is moving towards a rezoning this as a whole, but the decision was made to remove the residential allowance 3 years ago, and nobody knew that that happened who lives in the neighborhood. So I want the process to be done quickly to alleviate my concerns for recovery from a sort of catastrophe that could happen. But I think that if there is a way for the council to move this process along a little faster, there's a lot of houses that could be potentially at risk should something catastrophic happen. But all I can ask for is myself. So that's why I'm going through the process, is I just want it done and one of those burdens off my shoulders. So if anybody has any questions for me as the property owner, I am available.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have a quick question with staff later on.
I think we have somebody else coming to speak.
Mark Lemons, 26610 Forest Link. I own the property in the zone there, number 3. I didn't get my notice. I think it got lost in the mail with a move and didn't have the property mail forwarded. Anyway, I am in favor of the rezoning for my neighbor and friend there, and that's what I'll have to say.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else like to speak on this item?
Hi, my name is Carolina Kuhn, and I am the property director for Live Oak Community, which is number 8 on the map. I'm speaking for Barbara Robo, the owner. Actually, we spoke to Ms. Hanson, and we are in agreement with it becoming an R2A, simply because she explained everything to us and what would happen to her home. And frankly, I wouldn't want to be in that kind of situation. If something were to happen, I wouldn't be able to rebuild my home because it's in a different zone. So we're approving that.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else like to speak on this item?
Does that remove the supermajority?
Is that your question, sir?
No.
Okay. Hold on. I'm going to make sure no one else like to speak on this. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing's closed, and I believe Councilmember Willis has a question for staff.
Mr. Looney, didn't we, I want to say I've sat in a city council meeting back when I was a resident, and we did something to Guadacoma where it was like R1, R2, and we gave the homeowners an option to opt out of the rezoning, and the city did like a whole block or whatnot. Why didn't we do that here?
I believe that Guadacoma was a different issue. I'm vaguely remembering that. I apologize, though. I don't think that was the M1. There are actually thousands of lots now in New Braunfels that are still zoned M1 or even M2. And that's because back in the 50s, we had cumulative zoning and we allowed all those things. And so there was all this industrial zone land, but they could build houses. So developers built houses in those areas. So now with the code change a few years ago, what's left are a lot of these neighborhoods that are zoned industrial. And so as folks have been coming in and requesting zoning, where appropriate, we will waive the application fee so we can process their requests. Pending, as Jean mentioned, the adoption of the new code, which will give us an opportunity to then go in and target a lot of the neighborhoods to get them the right zoning that would allow them to get building permits. But in the meantime, we'll help them process these requests.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, entertain a motion or direction from council.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Campos, seconded by Councilmember Herda. Ms. Wilkinson, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Herda.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
Mayor Brockman is not present.
Okay, motion carries 6-0. Moving on, agenda item H, public hearing and approval of a second and final reading of an ordinance amending the New Braunfels Code of Ordinances, Chapter 144, zoning by adding Section 5.29 cemetery application and amending Appendix D fee schedule. Ms. Drew.
You might remember that we were here 2 weeks ago and we talked about this very subject, about how Texas state statute does not allow cities to own cemeteries, and that we have an opportunity provided to us by the legislature. They've given a limited exception to that. You might be wondering, well, it's a second ordinance. Why was this not on consent? It was not on consent because of an error in notification. Newspaper notification of the public hearing did not occur for the first public hearing as it should. So we're just required to notify for one public hearing, so we chose to notify for tonight's public hearing to fulfill that requirement to hold a public hearing and to have a newspaper notification of it. As we talked about before, New Braunfels has expressed twice in the past their request to have another cemetery in the city, and we passed 2 resolutions, one in 2019 and one in 2020. Someone at the state was listening, they heard our request, and they've given us a limited opportunity to have a limited allowance, and we have until December 1st to amend our zoning ordinance to include specific cemetery application information that's required by the state of Texas, and also to require all permits for said cemetery. So the cemetery, after this ordinance is amended, would have to come back through and be permitted by the city. And so you'll see the specific cemetery again coming through for a permit before December 1st. Tonight's action would just amend the ordinance to allow for this application for the cemetery to be in our ordinance so that we could accept the application to have another cemetery within New Braunfels. And I'm here tonight to answer any questions you might have.
Council, any questions for Ms. Drew? Okay. This is a public hearing. I'll open this up to the public. If anybody would like to speak on this topic, this is your opportunity. Okay, see nobody coming up to the podium. I'll close the public hearing. Council, what is your?
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, got a motion for Councilmember Herda, second by Councilmember Spradley. Ms. Wilkinson, would you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Herda.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
Mayor Brockman is not present.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. Moving on, agenda item I, public hearing and first reading of an ordinance regarding a proposed rezoning of approximately .24 acres from M1 Light Industrial District to CO Commercial Office District with a special use permit to allow short-term rental of a residence in the Starlight Terrace subdivision, Unit 1, Block 1, Lot 7, addressed at 1031 Sidell Street. Ms. Drew.
This is just down the street from the property that we talked about a few minutes ago. That property was this last one here on the end. This is 2 down. It's addressed at 1031 Sidell. This owner would like to do a short-term rental here, but because residential use isn't allowed in M1, they can't have it. They would need an SUP to have the use in M1, and because residential isn't an allowed use in M1, they're requesting CO, which is neighborhood commercial, and it is residential use is allowed in neighborhood commercial. However, because this neighborhood is a residential neighborhood, it's in character a residential neighborhood, staff does not recommend approval of the SUP for the short-term rental because short-term rentals are not allowed in residential neighborhoods. And staff's recommendation is denial of the SUP application because of the residential character of the neighborhood.
Staff, any questions for Ms. Drew? Okay.
This is the floor plan and the site plan, a photo of the house, the zoning and the land use, and then this is the overnight rental exhibit because it's all zoned industrial. There aren't any in the area other than one over here near the Christian Bible Church. And we believe that the Envision New Braunfels does not support this use at this location. And notification was provided to 9 properties in the area, and property 9 is the only one that was objecting. And there are 2 other property owners that were in favor of this request.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions, Councilor, Ms. Drew? Okay, this is a public hearing. We'll open this up. Just to clarify, those within the 200-foot notification area that are in opposition, so inside the 200-foot, they're in opposition, this is your opportunity. Please come to the podium. If you'd be so kind enough to state your name and address, and if you know the number on the map.
Good afternoon. My name is Manuel Lerma, and I live directly across the street from that house in question. And
Sir,
I too object to the.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you please state your address for the record?
I'm sorry?
Could you please state your address for the record, sir? Your address?
Oh, my address is
Yes, sir.
1030.
Okay, thank you, sir. No,
and like I said, I live directly across
Yes,
the
sir.
street.
Thank you, sir.
And we don't like the idea of having strangers come into the neighborhood every week or every month. I've heard from other residential areas that, you know, when this happens, you don't know who's going to come into the neighborhood. And we have a lot of kids, little kids, that live in that area. And I, for one, am concerned about them, you know, because like I said, you don't know who's going to come in there, how long they're going to stay. They might be there a week, they might be a month, and then they leave and somebody else comes in. And that's why I'm here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else inside the 200-foot notification area in opposition? Okay, anybody outside the 200-foot notification area in opposition?
My name is Carolina Kuhn, and I'm the property director for Live Oak Community. I'm number 9 on the map. We are opposing against it simply because it is residential, and we do not want any kind of industrial, commercial office or anything. Once it's going to be deemed to be CO, then what are the chances of that person changing it to something else later on, not just short-term rental? I run over 150 units, not very far from Mr. Lerma. Actually, we always yell at each other over the fence to each, you know, just good neighborly joking around. But I'm very concerned about the people that will be coming in and out of the home that he is wanting to do short-term rental on. We're very cautious on who we bring into our community. And I don't live very far from there. I live directly across the street from 1039 Sidell Street. So I can see her front door and she can see my gazebo in the back. So frankly, I would not, having a 12-year-old, I would not want anybody that I didn't know was screened properly or wasn't going to live there for more than a year, you know, in that neighborhood. So we're opposing it, not just as a resident of the community, but as the community director and speaking for the owner, we are not in agreement with it at all. Thank you for your time.
Anybody outside the 200-foot notification area in opposition? Okay, anybody inside the 200-foot notification area in support? So inside the 200-foot notification area in support.
Mark Lemons, 26610 Forest Link. I'm the property owner. I've owned this property since 2014. It has been a long-term rental from day one. And I've had some really great tenants in there. I've had good relationships with all of my neighbors. And in fact, most of them voted in favor of it. And many of them, several of them last meeting stepped up and said, yes, we are in favor of this. And you can see from the response that everyone who did respond was in favor. And the board that I sat in front of a number of weeks ago unanimously voted in approval of that, in spite of the city's recommendation to vote against it. It is currently M1. I could build a lumber yard there right now. Do I want to do that? No. I want to keep it a residence. I want to be in keeping with the community feel there. But I work in real estate, and I often have tenants, or I often have clients that need a short-term place to stay. And there's not really many places in New Braunfels that you can put them. And putting them up in a short-term extended stay hotel is not really conducive to a family environment. And having this as an option for me and my business is a positive thing. As a long-term rental, many residents were great. But recently, I had one, and I think the neighbors would agree, that she was a terrible neighbor, and she was a long-term tenant. And those people, I made a bad choice in choosing them as a tenant, but she was there. And so I had to get her out, and it took about 6 months. And so it was not fun as a property owner. I'm sure it was not fun as a neighbor. You can have that. You can have a miserable neighbor as a long-term tenant, or you can have them come and maybe they're bad for a 2-night stay, but it can happen whether they're short-term or long-term. So that, in my mind, is an irrelevant point. I choose people based on their character. I choose people based on what I can discern about them, and I tend to pick people that are going to be good fits and going to be an asset to the neighborhood as long-term residents. As short-term residents, I'm going to do the exact same thing by vetting those people and having rules in there. They can't throw parties. They can't have gatherings. It's going to be people that just need a short-term place to stay. It's been a short-term rental in the sense of not nightly, weekly kind of thing, but a 30-day rental for a number of months now, where people are moving to the area and they need a place to stay. And so that doesn't technically fit the definition of a short-term rental because it's greater than 30 days. And so I can continue to do that, and it can serve a purpose in this community. But my preference is to have it shorter term to fit people's schedules better, because some people don't need it for a full month right now. They just need it for a week or a couple of nights or whatever that is. And so I believe it's an asset to our community as well, because there's a number of Airbnbs or short-term rentals around, but they're often in higher-priced areas, and they're more expensive because they're on the river, or they're near Schlitterbahn and things like that. And this is going to be a more reasonable one, which I believe will be an asset to our community and serve the people that are moving here or just coming to spend some time here on vacation, but not have to break the bank to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else inside the 200-foot notification area in favor? Yes, sir.
Like I said a while ago, I live directly across the street from that house that we're in question. I've lived in that area for 44 years. And
sir, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to clarify, this is in favor. Are you saying you're in favor of the change?
I'm sorry?
This is speaking in favor. I just want to make sure you understand this is speaking in favor. Is that what you're wanting to do?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, sir, no problem at all.
Hard to hear that.
No, and it's almost midnight, so I appreciate you being here. I just want to make sure that we didn't make any more confusing than we had to be. Okay, so anybody inside the 200-foot notification area or outside the 200-foot notification area in favor, this is your opportunity. Okay. See none, I'm going to close the public hearing in relation to that. What is the pleasure of council?
Quick question.
Yes, please.
For a new councilman, can you explain long-term, short-term rentals?
Long-term rental is anything 30 days or longer. Short-term,
So 30 days does
30
count.
days is the magic number, yes.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Pleasure of council. I'll entertain a motion, or if there is one.
Yeah, I'm inclined to heed staff's recommendation. I move for denial.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Campos for denial, seconded by Councilmember Willis. Ms. Drew, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Hurta.
Nay.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
And Mayor Brockman is not present.
Okay, so the motion fails by, the vote is 5-1, I believe, in, 5-1 to deny, excuse me. Okay, moving along, agenda item J, public hearing and first reading of an ordinance regarding a proposed rezoning of approximately 0.21 acres to apply a special use permit to allow short-term rental of a residence in the C3 Commercial District in City Block 1072, Lot 15, addressed at 220 Perryman Street. Mr. Looney.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This property is on the north side of Perryman. It is west of Perryman's intersection with IH-35, or IH-35 frontage road. The applicant would like to operate a short-term rental in the 3-bedroom, 1-bath house. There are 2 existing paved parking spaces on the site, but 1 additional paved parking space will be required to accommodate the minimum requirement that's in our code. Current zoning is C3, which actually allows short-term rentals. However, since the structure in the site is a house, the current code requires an SUP to ensure compatibility with surrounding homes. There are 8 short-term rentals within half a mile of the subject site. Most of them, as we can see by the map, are closer to the river. The subject property location offers very easy access to I-35, as I mentioned, so that guests don't have to travel deep into a residential neighborhood to access a short-term rental, and that makes it a more viable site. Staff and Planning Commission therefore recommend approval. We mailed 19 notices, received 1 response in favor, and 0 in opposition. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Looney. Any questions for staff? Okay, this is a public hearing. We'll open this up for a public hearing. First, anybody within the 200-foot notification area in opposition, this is your opportunity. Seeing none, we'll move to anybody in opposition outside of the 200-foot notification area. Seeing none, we'll move into anybody inside the 200-foot area that are in support or favor.
Bill Crawley, I'm a co-owner at 220 Perryman. I just wanted to let you guys know I'm here. If you have any questions or anything for me, I can support whatever you need. So.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Don't want to keep anyone's time.
Anybody else inside the 200-foot notification area in favor? Anybody outside the 200-foot notification area in favor? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. What is the desire of council?
Move for approval with staff recommendations.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion by Councilmember Hurta, seconded by Councilmember Blakey. Ms. Wilkinson, will you please call roll?
Councilmember Campos.
Aye.
Councilmember Willis.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Bowers.
Aye.
Councilmember Spradley.
Aye.
Councilmember Hurta.
Aye.
Councilmember Blakey.
Aye.
Mayor Brockman is not present.
Okay, passes, I believe, unanimously on that. Okay, Ms. Acevedo, could I ask you a point of order question? It appears we have some folks in the audience that have returned, and I'm assuming it's about a previous case. So in the spirit of transparency, could I defer to you to give an update of the agenda item that was brought back by Councilmember Spradley?
If, as the presiding officer, you ultimately make the rulings on points of order.
Okay.
If you wanted to reopen that item, you...
Well, I guess I'm asking for guidance on procedure here. I don't wish to reopen the item for purposes of vote, but I think in the spirit of folks that have returned in the audience in the item, it may be just be asking for staff to meet with them after we adjourn. I'm not sure of the process. I just want to make sure that we provide those folks that have come back an opportunity,
I can explain that there was a motion to
Right, and
rescind the prior vote.
Okay.
And that placed the original item in front of the council again, the original motion. And this time, the only nay vote in the first instance was now in favor. So the item ended up passing unanimously.
Okay. And just to clarify, for the point of this, the item, all ordinances take 2 readings, so this item will be on our first October meeting item for a second reading, correct?
That's correct. So
Okay.
this is the first reading with the public hearing. There'll still be a second reading, and public comment is taken if it's on consent, because this was unanimous. This could be put on individual to ensure an opportunity for citizens to speak before the second vote. So, I mean, it could go up or down at the next
And
meeting.
just to clarify, for those in the room, typically unanimous items go on consent, but either a council member or a citizen has the right to pull any agenda item
That's
that's on
correct.
consent on that. So anybody in the audience that believes this should not be consent has the right at the next council meeting, they have to be here in person, request of the city secretary's office to have an item pulled to be moved from consent to
Or a
regular.
council person,
Right,
or
council.
the mayor could
I know these are
certainly-
process questions, but I think they're important
Correct.
for people to understand the spirit of that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so that is that.
Quick question, Ms. Acevedo. Does the supermajority still hold in a situation like this on the second reading?
If the objection is maintained, then the answer to the question is yes. Sometimes people withdraw their objection between first reading and second reading. And so we'll just have to calculate and see where we're at before the second reading. the
To
vote
be
on the second.
determined, okay.
Yeah, we'll
All
have
right.
to calculate again.
Be the first meeting in October. I apologize on the calendar in front of me.
Should be
Stan.
October the 10th.
That would be October the 10th.
October the 10th.
Yes, sir.
October the 10th, correct. Okay. In relation to our regular meeting, we have no other agenda items, so our regular council meeting stands adjourned at 11:36 PM.
So we're not going into executive.
No, well, I'm sorry, procedural, I'm gonna read the executive caption. Okay, so I shouldn't have done that
No,
part, so.
no, so let's
Okay,
reopen the meeting.
okay, apologize.
It's okay.
Rookie error here, sorry about that. To clarify, reopening the meeting, that was a
Thank you.
procedural error we're correcting, and we're going into executive session, item 1, in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, the city council may convene in closed session to discuss any of the items listed below. Any file action or vote or any on any executive session item will be taken in open session. Item A, deliberate the appointment, evaluation, duties, discipline, or removal of the municipal court judge in accordance with section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. We're moving to executive session at 11:37 PM.
Correct.
We returned from executive session at 12:23 a.m. No action or vote being taken. This meeting is adjourned.